Hey guys, good morning, my friends. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. If you've never been here before, I stream live trials every day, Monday through Friday. And today we are trying to get caught up on the Brendan Banfield trial, the au pair murder trial, because I was sick and I was out for a few weeks, and we did day one and then we got behind. So we're trying to get caught up. Before I start, I broke two of my personal rules yesterday, so I want to apologize. It was the end of the stream and there weren't many people in chat, but if replay crew saw it, I want to apologize. I did check this morning my laptop didn't redirect. Did you guys get redirected? I might not have set it up. I might have forgotten to set it up again. Yes, I will tell you the two in a minute. But I wanted to apologize. I did check this morning to see if I lost any subs because I figured I would have. So, the first rule was not to open any text messages from Miss Queen Jillybean because I can't contain my laughter and keep a neutral face. She sends me stuff. And the other one was talking about politics. So, yeah. So I want to apologize. Everybody's opinion is valid. I'm very proud that, we didn't get into a fight. We had a discussion. And that's what I like about my channel, that we can discuss things and not devolve into screaming and yelling and calling each other names. And I want it to stay that way. So I stopped it before it got heated. And I don't want that to be what this channel is about. Now, just as a follow-up to the conversation that we had yesterday about what's going on in Minnesota, because I did watch some videos last night. Now, the lady in the car, Rebecca Good, whatever her name was, I think that was justified. The Alex Preddy guy, I don't think that was justified. So, two things can be true at once. And my personal opinion about Renee. Okay. Sorry. I can't remember her name. My personal opinion about the whole situation is that people should stay home and mind their own business. Because if they weren't out there in the first place trying to interfere, they would still be alive. So, that is my personal opinion. Likewise with Kyle Rittenhouse. If he had not been there, those people would still be alive. Stay home and mind your own business. That's my personal opinion about all this. Stay home and mind your own business. So, Marty, I forgot. I did yesterday. I Googled her when you mentioned her. I just forgot to go back and do more looking up. I will, though. Okay, so I just wanted to say that because I love you all and I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I didn't mean to ruffle any feathers yesterday. It was just oh, okay. He wasn't just talking to me, he was talking to everybody in chat. So I love you all and your opinions are valid. And if you have a different opinion than mine, I still love you. And I'm sorry it happened, and I don't want it to happen again. So. Oh, I'm glad I left myself a reminder because I forgot. Hang on. I gotta plug my phone in. Okay. So, Ben Chu, Johnny Depp's attorney, and his case against Amber Heard was on Court TV. I don't know when. I didn't look to see when it happened. But of course, they were asking him because it was the same judge for this trial. And I learned some things about Judge Penny that I thought was super, super interesting. She was in the Marines, and I didn't know that. So that explains a lot to why she's like so order and control and everything. Number one. And number two, she's the chief judge in, I forgot what the county was, whatever county that is. And she's the first female chief judge in that county. That was so cool. Ben didn't really say anything of any extreme interest or anything other than that about Judge Penny. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to tell them that because that is cool. So that explains a lot. Because if you're a Marine, you are like super into order, right? I was like, yeah, that explains a lot. The previous au pair left to marry and start a family of her own, but stayed very close to the Banfields, particularly Christine. Christine even became a bridesmaid in that au pair's wedding, and she shared posts telling how she would always be part of our family after she moved away. Wow. So Christine had no idea whatsoever that this au pair thing was going to go south. Wow. Because again, you see scenarios like this on TV shows all the time. Well, and even in real life, husband has affair with a babysitter. I mean, most women, I guess, trust their husbands the first time, so, and he didn't do it with the last au pair, so why would he do it with this one? I guess. I don't know. And she's not that pretty either. She's real. Yay, Jill made it, Nancy. Oh, thank you, Nancy. Yeah, but you found me, didn't you? You found me. The man that can't stand me always finds me. Uh, yep. And the clip they showed was, do you remember? I think we saw it yesterday. I know he does. He just would never admit it, ever. Um, they showed the clip where the state wanted to show the defense a bunch of pictures and they were ready for the jury to come in. And Penny was like, well, we shouldn't do this on a trial day. Why didn't we do this before we were ready for the jury to come in? And she just like dead stare. And it wasn't like Schroeder, like you yell, it doesn't have an effect. But that look, that mom look that and she was like, and Penny was like, if you can do it right now real quick. And she's like, yes, I can do it right now. I can do it right now. She was like, I screwed up, but it's got to be done, you know? So, yeah. And it goes, everything has gone so smoothly with the breaks and the lunch breaks and, you know, witnesses. And it's because she's just so good with keeping everything in order. And that's from the Marines, I guess. But yeah, I love her. She's a very, very good judge.
I think we are at where you're going to have the voir dire of your expert, correct?
Judge, we would call Iris
Before you,
Dallegraf.
all right, right, before you do that, I just want to make sure, are you just moving her in as a expert in blood spatter? Because the response to your motion seemed to be that way. I just want to make sure.
It's blood spatter and forensic analysis.
What do you mean by forensic analysis? I think that's where Mr. Carroll,
Yeah, I do too. All he really did was talk about how in her court, you better be ready, you know, because she's that kind of a judge. And I mean, pretty much what he said about the case is what everybody said about the case. It's a case, you know, but he talked a lot about Judge Penny, which is why they asked him to be on court TV, because he has been in front of her before. But it was a civil case when he was in front of her. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, because I'm not in law, but I'm like, oh, that is so cool. Because I didn't know. I mean, I think I knew she'd been in the service, but the Marines are like next level. And then I didn't know that she was the first female chief judge. I didn't even know she was chief judge, which makes sense if she was chief judge that she would get the JD case. And I didn't know that judges saw civil and criminal both. I thought you did either or. Like I said, I'm not into law, so I don't know these things.
and I are a little confused.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the court had any confusion after our last motion. I thought we were clear that she's going to testify to the matter that was produced in her report. Mr. Carroll has had a copy of that. It is blood spatter analysis.
Right.
Right, and how
Spatter, yes.
That appears on the crime scene.
Okay, so that's all.
Yes.
I mean, there was a part of her report that talked about firearm reconstruction.
We are not going into that at all.
I think that was the main concern of Mr. Carroll.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, and when they basically,
thank you.
sorry, the wanderer.
That's okay.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, but when they withdrew their report or they committed to not presenting
Right.
the report, then we didn't really enter into some of the other aspects. Some of the other aspects that I would want to address are there are some leaps made in that report regarding the bloodstain pattern analysis, and there's some areas where evidence is linked, but
I understand, but is that just a cross-examination thing, or is that qualifying her as an expert?
If I will say this, if it's just blood spatter analysis, then I've looked over her credentials, and I think that aside from a couple of questions, I'm not going to have any objection to it, but I do need to ask a few questions.
Okay, you understand you have to ask a few questions, but it doesn't seem like that's something we have to do outside the presence of the jury if they're not going into shooting, construction, reconstruction. I don't know, I'm asking you, because it just seems like it's more of you're going to object to some of the questions she might be asked, or
Yes.
something along the lines, but not to her expertise in blood spatter.
Blood spatter, I don't have an objection to her expertise.
All right.
And just to clarify, so we're using the correct language, it is bloodstain pattern analysis.
That's fine. Blood stain pattern analysis. You don't have objection to that,
No
correct?
objection, no. I believe that's.
All right, I think we can do that in front of the jury then, just to save a little time. After I read your response to the motion, I just want to make sure we were on the same page, because it seemed like we were not on the same page.
Understood.
Now we're on the same page. Okay, excellent. So any other preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's get the jury. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something?
I lost a needle. I hope you don't find it the hard way.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Judge, we would call Iris Dally Graff.
Is somebody going to get this group?
I lost my witness. Right.
You don't have your runner. I don't.
All right.
Bless you.
Stand right here, face down, quick, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. I do.
Why don't you stand? Have a seat.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm well. Could you please state and spell your full name for the court record?
Okay, Iris Dally Graff. Iris, I-R-I-S, Dally, D-A-L-L-E-Y, Graff, G-R-A-F-F.
All right. Thank you.
Painful
Can
in
you tell us
what
about
way?
your current occupation and where you're currently employed?
I'm self-employed. My husband, I have a forensic training and consulting business.
What is the name of that business?
Graff Investigative and Forensic Training.
Thank you. How long have you been employed as a forensic analyst?
Basically going back to 1989. not all of it with the same employee.
Can you tell us a little bit about your employment history? Where else have you worked?
Well, in law enforcement, I began in 1989 with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, where I was a sworn agent for the state. Began in the criminalistics division, people commonly refer to as the crime lab. I did crime scene investigation and forensic serology and microscopy. Trying to think what else. Eventually added to that bloodstain pattern analysis, trajectory and shooting analysis, forensic animation, graphics in analysis, a lot of things. Eventually focusing just as a crime scene agent, where I did just the crime scene investigation, everything associated with that, and without the additional bench work in the laboratory. Left that to be, when I retired from the Bureau after 20 years, then I was a member of another company that's a forensic consulting company until, I believe it was 2016 that we separated, and my husband and I have our own company.
All right. And that company that you worked for after the Bureau, what were your responsibilities there?
Well, in that company, I was one of the founding members of that company, and we did primarily analysis of crime scene information, especially bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting analysis, those kinds of things.
All right. Who were your clients in working for that company?
It was open. It was law enforcement or anyone who was interested, anyone who wanted assistance. So some of the clients were prosecutors, some were defense attorneys, some were individuals who something happened to someone and they wanted an expert opinion. So sometimes it was private individuals. We also did a lot of training, which I still do.
Supposed to be.
And we have open enrollment, so anybody who wants to sign up for a class can. Most of our clientele there are law enforcement, however, have had attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, defense investigators. We had a medical doctor in one, a coroner. So it's open to whoever wants to put forth the effort to be in the course and do the things we require.
Is that the same type of training you provide now through graph investigation and training?
Yes.
All right. Do you teach anywhere else outside of the classes that you teach for your company?
Haven't been in recent years, haven't been employed, like if you mean like a university or something like that. No.
Okay. But you had in the past, is that correct?
In the past, I was an adjunct professor at a university while I was also a public school teacher.
All right. Do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which organizations do you belong to?
The International Association of Identification, which is the largest and oldest of the forensic professional organization. The International Association of...
Okay. Yeah, same here, Jill. I can't do super short. I did when I was younger, but she was a school teacher? And she keeps saying bureau. What bureau? FBI? GBI? SLED? TBI? What bureau? How does she go from school teacher to forensic, whatever she is?
A bloodstain pattern analyst, the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction, the Rocky Mountain Division of the bloodstain pattern analysis.
And let me ask you, have you held a board position with any of these organizations?
Yes.
And what was that position?
Well, with the International Association of Identification, I was on the crime scene certification board for a year. With the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, I was president for 2 terms. With the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction, I was the secretary for about a dozen years. I didn't keep track.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes.
All right. And have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about bloodstain pattern analysis and how it fits within what you've described to us as your experience as a forensic analyst?
Well, bloodstains are common in any violent scene. So we look at blood and what blood does. Blood is a fluid, as it is in its natural environment in your body, And as a fluid, we can look at it in terms of the science of fluid dynamics. What do fluids do? That's what blood does. So based on that, we do a lot of experimentation and things to see what blood does on specific surfaces with under specific types of forces applied to the blood. We look at all the characteristics of blood to include how blood moves, how it forms margins along the surface of a pattern, why that margin is formed that way, the consistency of blood and how that changes over time, what happens to blood, especially when it's airborne, and what shape it is in air, and that because that determines what shape it will be on the target surface, so that when we see a blood stain on a target surface, we can determine, one, whether or not it was airborne, and if it was airborne, then we can determine something about how it formed this pattern and sometimes where it came from. So to identify the general trajectory of the blood from the source. And then, of course, combine that with things like the DNA analysis that tell us something about who the blood could or could not have come from.
So let me stop you there. With an understanding of how bloodstain pattern analysis fits into forensics, the education and work experience you've described for us, does that give you the ability to be an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Daly-Graff as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, Mr. Carroll, you wish to vote?
No, actually, I don't have an objection to qualifications next to the bloodstain pattern.
I'm sorry. It's just the jury has trouble hearing
I
you.
apologize, Judge. Judge, I don't have an objection to her qualifications as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, then so moved as an expert now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so back to a little bit more about bloodstains. Can you explain to us the different types of blood staining that we might see present at a crime scene? Flow, spatter, transfer. Can you tell us what those are?
Well, there are a lot of different end results of bloodshed, and they can sort of be categorized according to what the final bloodstain looks like. But in doing the analysis, I look at all the characteristics of the stain and then see which mechanisms can be excluded. So, for example, as I've already referred to, if blood is airborne, the stains that will be created from that are going to be circular or elliptical. That's because blood in flight actually breaks into spheres as it leaves the source. Well, the sphere is circular, so if it hits a surface, that stain will be either circular or elliptical, depending on the angle. Then we look at a lot of others. By the way, that is called spatter, if it's circular and elliptical, and there are various things that will cause that. Another type is contact stains. That is, blood on one surface comes in contact with another surface. We call that a transfer because blood is transferred from one object to the other. And then depending on things like the volume of blood and the texture of the surfaces that come in contact with each other, the shape of the object, then the transfer may be actually a pattern that reflects the original surface. That will be, by the way, will be a surface stain. We also have to look at the surface itself. Is it absorbent? If it's absorbent, then blood as a fluid will diffuse along the fibers. It's called capillary action. So it may be somewhat distorted if it's an absorbent surface. If it's not an absorbent surface, well, then we look at those issues because now you're going to have a different look at the margins in particular. We look at contact stains that happen with motion, because if there's motion that pushes blood across the surface, one of the things that does is there's a displaced volume of blood, and you end up seeing little, what looks like lines through the pattern. We call those striations. That's an indication of movement. We can look at the overall pattern and see whether or not blood was on the surface and then that blood got moved, that something pushed the blood, or that blood is on some other surface that comes in contact with motion, in which case we call that a swipe. That is that some of the blood then will be transferred as it's in motion. Again, there will be striations because that's what shows us motion. And then that will have a displacement of volume, so the volume is not consistent all the way across there. Depending on the surface, there may be a really feathering at one end or the other, but you also have some places where the liquid blood forms a margin. And so you can see those are a little bit smoother edges, but across the pattern, sometimes you can tell generally the surface, what the surface was that pushed it onto the transferred surface. Flow is simply blood that's on a surface and it's under gravity. So if a blood drop or a volume of blood is on a non-absorbent surface, then gravity will cause that blood to go downward, whichever way down is. So that if it's on contours, it'll follow the contours, but always going down if it's flow. It will have generally parallel margins, generally a consistent volume of blood across from margin to margin until it gets to a stopping place, basically. That can be because it went down, say, going down a wall and hits the floor. And then you have a little pooling, depending on the volume. You may or may not have pooling, but you can see that it's associated with the flow. There are several types of contact patterns that can happen. So we look at it in the context of the scene. What do we know about the blood that's here? And we look at like the condition of the blood. If sometimes we look at drying times and how, if we know approximately when the blood shed, what does it look like now? Which means you also look at the metadata of images to determine when was the image created. Is this an aberration of the delay time in recording the image, or is it something that's actually part of what was originally there, and so forth? So it has to be taken in context of the scene.
Okay, let's for a moment talk about cast off as it pertains to spatter. What does that mean to you?
Well, cast off is another form of actually spatter. It's circular and elliptical stains. Again, blood in flight will break up into spheres as it travels through the air. And if it comes off of a surface of some moving object, which is where the term cast off comes from, that some object with blood on it moves, blood comes off in a column, and because of the motion, you see it landing on the surface as a linear distribution. Characteristics you look at in the possibility of cast off is you're looking for circular elliptical stains with a progressive change in shape, so that if it hits at the surface at 90 degrees, it's going to be circular. If it hits at an angle, then it's going to be more elliptical. So if blood comes off of something that's moving, then you'll see this progressive change from circular to elliptical in some type of a linear distribution. So it can be a straight line or it can be a curved line, but clearly a line. So that would be a way that you look at to identify cast off.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review photographs, video, and objects from the scene of the crime that was created when Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were killed?
I did look at documentation specifically in the bedroom and items collected from that bedroom.
Okay. In your analysis, did you have the opportunity to look at the autopsy of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you make any observations of the 8 knife wounds that she sustained, the 2 cutting wounds, and the 6 stab wounds?
Your Honor, I'd object to the observations from the ME's report.
All right, if you want to approach this.
And Judge, I am going to ask the question a different way if
Okay.
it has the same objection. Ms. Telegraph, when you looked at the autopsy for Christine Banfield, did you have the opportunity to observe the injuries that were documented? in the
Yes.
report? Okay. And did that information help to inform your opinion about the blood evidence that you observed in the bedroom through the photographs and documents you were provided?
Well, the autopsy report itself doesn't inform me as far as looking at the blood stains, the characteristics of the blood stains, and evaluating possible mechanisms for the blood stains. Another,
So then we'll move on from that. Talking about Joseph Ryan, in review of the autopsy of Joseph Ryan, as well as the photographs from the scene and the officer's body-worn camera videos, did you make any observations of the location of the blood on Joseph Ryan's face?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would like to display Commonwealth's exhibit. Sorry, give me just a moment. Your Honor, if I can have a moment, all of this was ready this morning. Do you have the connection to the HDMI to my computer? All right, Judge, I'd like to display Commonwealth's 238 to the witness and to counsel. And this would be admitted, this would be offered under seal.
All right, objection to 230. We just disappeared.
I know it disappeared because I have to,
All
I
right.
have to be creative here for just a moment.
Objection to 238. Under seal. Yes, that's fine.
What are they doing?
Ms. Sallygraph, can you see the photograph that we're identifying as Commonwealth's 238 on your screen?
I do see a picture on the screen.
Okay, is that a still that you pulled from the officer's body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
Okay, did you enhance the color in this photo?
I may have shifted the histogram to make things more visible. I don't recall specifically, but one of the things because part of what I do is analyze from video as well as from still images, and if things are in shadow, then you can simply shift the histogram to make them a little more visible, which also sometimes increases the contrast. But I didn't add to the color or detract from the color. I simply shifted to make more or less visible, and without seeing the video in its raw format, I couldn't tell you exactly whether any of that is in this particular image.
Okay. I see that there is a shadow on the right-hand side of the photo. If you had adjusted the histograph, would you still see that shadow, or would that have been removed?
Excuse me? I'm sorry. All of us have trouble hearing you.
I would object to leading.
All right, leading.
Judge, I asked if she had adjusted, would the shadow be removed? It's a yes or no question. It doesn't suggest its answer.
A yes or no question would be leading, correct?
Not if it doesn't suggest the answer.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer it, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you want me to ask again?
Yeah, because I'm not sure what I've heard was a yes or no.
Sure. The shadow that we see to the right in this photograph, if you had adjusted the histograph, if I'm saying that correctly, would you still see the shadow?
In adjusting the histogram, some of the shadow, not necessarily all of it, is removed so that if there was a shadow, say, across the face, then it may be shifted just enough to reveal that without actually taking out all of the shadow.
Okay, but you did not change the color. Did you change the color of the blood in this photo?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you change the color of Mr. Ryan's skin in this photo?
No,
Did you change the positioning of his body in this photo
no,
or any of the objects around his body?
no.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer the photo as evidence.
Any objection? If you want to approach again, I need you to use.
I mean, I'm sorry, his face.
Cast to the witness. Judge, if I can have what I'd like to have identified as Commonwealth's 170 displayed to counsel and the witness. All right, so let's look at your figure 16. Embedded is the original photograph and then a photograph that you have made markings on. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize that photograph?
yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal this item.
Any objection to this?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to
Yeah, you want to approach? That's fine.
approach.
Good Lord.
All right, Judge, I'd like to pass to the witness and counsel what I would have identified as Commonwealth's 171. Ms. Dallygraf, do you recognize this photo?
yes,
Okay. Is this the photo that you received from crime scene, specifically Fairfax County detectives, to perform your analysis?
this is one of the photographs that was included.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in and take you over to the lower right-hand corner of the photograph. Are you able to see Mr. Ryan's face in the corner of the photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 171, the original crime scene photograph, and we would offer that under seal.
Any objection to 171? All right, 171 under seal.
Okay. So can you tell when this picture was taken relative?
Why is the Commonwealth using a private consulting company for blood spatter evidence? Shouldn't they be using like the crime lab?
To other pictures that you looked at in
yes,
terms of the progression of events?
yes.
Okay, and when was this picture taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your legal objection?
Foundation.
All right,
Judge, I asked if she could tell when, relative to the other pictures she has received, this photo was taken. I'd like to believe her answer is not going to be a time and date. It's going to be, again, relative to what else was occurring at the crime scene to explain the location that we see here.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
that's fine. What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
I'm sorry, on Mr. Ryan's.
In this photograph, what do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Yes, the right hand is bagged.
Okay, and if I zoom back out, what is he laying on, as best you can tell?
I believe it's,
I'm sorry, Judge, I object. I don't think you can walk it through.
Your legal objection.
My objection is foundational. It's
Okay.
also leading.
All right, I'll sustain as the leading. Your next question.
Sure. All right, let's just talk about his face. What did you observe about Mr. Ryan's face and the blood on it?
that his blood, I'm sorry, his face is basically covered in blood. In this particular image, I'm looking especially at under the chin because the overall solid, if you will, blood pattern ends at the chin.
Objection, Your Honor. She's going beyond the scope of the question. She's asked, what did you notice about the?
Yeah, I'll overrule that objection. Oh, it's good.
Please continue.
So I see, in addition to the solid covering of blood over the face, that on the chin and down towards the neck, there are flows, multiple flows, and they are not all in the same direction. In particular, I see a flow coming from the heavier stain up on the face, going under the chin and toward the, from the left side towards the right side, and down kind of towards the right shoulder. And that would indicate a direction or an orientation at the time the flow occurred, because flows always go downward. I see some that are coming from the right side. If you go over to kind of in front
That's
of.
non-responsive to the question.
Judge, she's describing her observations of the blood flows. There are several. She's working her way through those
Overruled.
observations.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
So I see a flow that's coming down from the face that appears relative to the body, pretty much vertical, that is going from just in front of the right ear, basically, and then coming down towards the neck, more to the center of the neck, so that would have been upright at one point. So those are two different directions, but there are multiple flows. And just as a point that only liquid blood flows, dry blood doesn't move. So at the time the blood was wet, that indicates that that portion of the head was in different positions. But each of those separately has to have occurred when that surface was more upright, that is, so that the blood flows down. So the direction of the flow was downward at the time the flow occurred.
Did you make any markings on your figure 16 that highlighted your observations?
I'm sorry, I don't know which is my figure 16.
Sorry,
but-
let me do this, Judge, at this time, if we can remove the photograph from the display. And if I can cast to the witness and to counsel. Just one moment. Commonwealth's
Judy, have
170.
you seen Rob yet?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is this your figure 16?
yes,
And are the green markings those that you made to reference the things that you've just spoken about?
yes. I added the green arrows showing directionality of some of the flows.
All right, Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer an evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal, figure 16.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Judge, is the court's software working to be able to have Ms. Graff draw on the picture in front of
Yes.
her and then have it printed out?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Graff, turning back to what was admitted as Commonwealth's 171. If I can have that published to the jury. Sorry, just one second. It skipped ahead. Can you mark with your finger on the screen in front of you the location of the blood flow and the directionality that you just discussed?
Okay, there are multiple flows. So just to demonstrate, if this works. Ooh, sorry, it's a very wide mark and the flow is very narrow. But for one, and then there's that's going from the chin, from the left side of the chin down towards the right. There's a second one that's somewhat parallel to the previous. Then there's from the, what I discussed before, from in front of the right ear going down. There's a couple of them there. There's a couple that are coming from the right cheek that are going a little bit to the left.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I would like to offer the marked photo into evidence as Commonwealth's 170.
What, I already have a 170. You want to make 172? Oh, wait, because you had showed a different picture for 170 with the marks already there.
Correct. So can we do that as 170A?
178? Okay.
Thank you.
You have to hit the print there. It's printing.
Sorry, Judge, there is not a print button.
It's printing.
I'm sorry?
It's printing.
Okay,
People love you.
yep. But I would let you know nothing is happening.
Okay. It takes a couple minutes. So you can go on with your next question.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right, so if I can drop the display, please. Kelly, were you able to isolate?
Rob
no
works
objection,
out of that
178, is that
courthouse.
correct?
Just email to me.
All right, 178.
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Don't even start. What? Why are you barking at? I told you could go outside and park at stuff. You want to go outside and bark at stuff? You don't want to go out.
Yeah, it's still not. It's blinking, but nothing's. Mhm. Kelly, is it in the shared drive? Can you just put it in the shared drive? Sorry. Put it in. Which folder? Just in the folder. Folder next to it. It's white. It's not. It's not there. Okay. Find it.
Oh. That would be cool. never understood destination weddings because what if your friends and family can't afford to go? Like, it's almost kind of rude. Just my opinion now. Just my opinion. Now, if you just want to go and have your like closest friends there that you know can afford the trip, that's different. But is your whole entire family going to be able to afford to go on some extravagant vacation? Now, if you're super rich and have the money to pay for your guests' lodging, that's totally different.
Judge, between the printer and the issue with this additional photo, I might request for 5 minutes
All
to,
right, well, we can go ahead and take our morning recess early. Is
Thank
that what
you.
you'd like to do?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess so she can
Thank
get the
you.
pictures taken care of.
Why
Just don't
are
talk to
they
anybody about the
so
case and don't do any outside research, okay?
Why are they so unprepared? We eloped. It was his girls, my dad. Was his girls, my dad,
All right, we'll come back
my
at 11:10
stepmom,
then. Ma'am, since you are under,
and the
you're testifying now, please
officiant
don't discuss the
and
testimony
her
until we conclude the
husband,
prosecutors at this
and
point, okay?
they are related to me by marriage.
Do you understand?
That's it.
You
That's all
said to include
there.
prosecutors?
Right, you can't talk to anybody about your testimony now because you're in the middle of your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right. All rise, please.
I asked if you want to go outside. I just stood there on the porch like an idiot. Do you want to go outside? You got some of my nuts in there. Yes, wait. Yeah, I was on Daddy's
Your
arm.
next question then?
all right, thank you. We're going to try that again, Ms. Telegraph.
I'm
Your
glad. I
Honor, this
didn't do
is Commonwealth's admitted under seal 170.
that. I'm so glad I didn't do that.
Ms. Telegraph, this is the picture that you drew on just a
No,
moment ago,
I think that's 171, just to let you know for the record. This is
Thank you.
171.
171.
Okay.
Ms. Telegraph, you drew on this photo a moment ago and we marked that as 170A. We're going to try that again with what appears to be hopefully smaller line on your screen. Can you, reminding the jury what we were talking about, the blood flow on Mr. Ryan's neck, can you identify with the marker on your screen where you see blood flow and in what direction?
There are multiple flows, and if I can show, just going across, beginning on the right side, this will show. So there's downward from the chin towards the neck, and then there's from the chin towards the right shoulder. And then there's downward from sort of in front of the right ear down towards the neck.
Mine hasn't.
All right, thank you. And
18 years strong.
what did the different direction of the flows indicate to you?
That there were different positions while the blood was wet and flowing.
Oh,
Thank you.
always.
Judge, I would offer the marked photo as new Commonwealth's 170A unless it needs to be marked as B.
No, 178 is fine.
Okay.
Is it, any objection to that? 170A. It's going to replace the other 170A. Right, 170A, 170A. Right.
Thank you. And if the clerk could print, I'll pass it up. Thank you. All right. If we can drop the screen. And if we can publish Commonwealth's 241 to the witness and counsel. All right, Ms. Dalligraph, do you recognize this clip from body worn?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 241 under seal.
Any objection? You approach? All right, 241 is in evidence under seal.
All right, so looking at this photo, what did you notice about Mr. Ryan's hand position from this body worn camera of Officer Beckner, previously admitted as Commonwealth 6?
In the body cam, we see Mr. Ryan laying supine or on his back with both arms, forearms across his chest, the right hand partially overlaying the left hand.
Okay, and are his hands over the location? Well, let me ask you this. Did you have a chance to review the shirt that was provided as physical evidence in this case?
I reviewed the images of the shirt in this case.
And did you, in your review of the images, observe a defect in the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, the circular hole, was it a circular hole from the?
Objection leading.
Sure.
All right, sustained.
What defect did you observe in the shirt?
There was a defect, a somewhat circular hole through the shirt. It could be located based on looking at the shirt and on there's actually an imprint on the shirt of some individuals, and you can locate it relative to those individuals, and other markings on the shirt helped to identify where it was located.
Okay, and did the defect in the shirt line up with any defect in Mr. Ryan's body based on your observation of the photos?
Objection to foundation objection.
But overruled.
Based on comparison of the information from autopsy images at the autopsy and looking at the shirt, the defect in the shirt appeared to be consistent with the location of the defect or the gunshot wound to the chest.
All right, and in this photograph that we have here, this still image from the body worn camera, Commonwealth 241, are Mr. Ryan's hands over the defect in the shirt made by the bullet that struck him in the chest?
Well, looking at the image, you can't see any of those figures that I just described as being part of the imprint on the shirt, that the left hand is overlaying that, and therefore it would be overlaying the defect.
Thank you. All right. Judge, if we can remove the image.
Hey, Nancy.
Ms. Dalligraph, I'm going to ask if the court could please display to the witness and to counsel Commonwealth's 172. All right, Ms. Dalligraph, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right, and if I can show the witness Commonwealth's 173. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And going back to 172, Judge, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence under seal.
Any objection to 172? 172 under seal.
And I would ask that be published to the jury. And we're going to toggle back and forth if we can. I'd offer at this time, Judge, Commonwealth's 173. It need not be sealed.
All right, 173, any objection? All right, 173 in evidence
And I'd ask that be published to the jury.
in the gallery.
All right, so resting on this photo, what observations did you make of Joseph Ryan's right hand?
That there's transfer blood stain on his right hand.
Okay. Did you notice anything on his arm?
There's also some transfer on his arm, just below the wrist.
And if I can ask you about the palm, what about this contact transfer bloodstain pattern on the right palm did you observe?
The transfer is across the inside of the palm, which would be consistent with the palm being exposed at the time or the hand being open.
Okay. And if I can toggle back to 172, removed from the gallery view,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
tell me what you noticed about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand. And I'm sorry, this is the left hand. Nope, this is the right hand. What did you notice about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand?
Okay, if I understand, you're talking about the pinky side of the right hand, that there's transfer, it appears to go around the hand across the back and around that side of the hand.
Okay,
And it's also on the fingers, and the pinky, the small finger, is basically covered.
okay. What did you notice about the spaces in between the fingers?
That if we look at the first and second fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, you can see a line of demarcation. That is, there's a line that you can see that there's blood on one side and not blood on the other side.
And what does that mean?
That something shielded the blood so that it didn't go on that unstained side, such as if the fingers are simply held together at the time that the blood is deposited, then the blood would not get between the fingers.
Okay, so you're holding your hand up for the jury with your fingers closed together, is that correct?
Yes, with the fingers fairly tight, fairly close together, side by side. So that would obstruct blood from going between the fingers. So if blood is coming across, then it'll be on the back of the fingers. But where that skin is in contact would leave this line of demarcation, the place that blood was blocked from going.
Okay, thank you. And again, back to 173, when looking at the palm, do you see those same lines of demarcation? It's helpful to zoom in.
The same lines of demarcation are not visible in this photograph.
All right, and how did you describe the blood transfer to this part of the hand?
It's a transfer, something wet with blood.
Sorry, Your Honor.
And what's your objection?
I don't think that she's previously described it, and may we approach?
Yes.
Did the defense ever voir dire her? Didn't he say he wanted to voir dire her? You're right, Judy. This is bad. Very tedious.
And Judge, if you would, supposing the next objection, I would ask this photo be shared with counsel and with the witness. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And did you make markings on this photograph to highlight the areas that you just explained to the jury?
I did.
So Judge, rather than having her draw again on the photograph, I would offer this photo as Commonwealth's 174.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I do have an objection to the markings.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, then we'll go back to Commonwealth's 172. If you could, mark on your screen where you observe the voids on Mr. Ryan's fingers.
The lines of demarcation in the portion that's not bloodstained would be where there was a blockage between the fingers.
All right, Judge, I would offer this marked photo into evidence as 174A.
Under seal.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No objection to that.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
under seal, 174.
Brenda is
And Judge, if we can take that down.
aspartame, I think.
Commonwealth's 173,
Guys are making me hungry.
previously admitted, if we can have that published. Ms. Telegraph, on this photograph, can you indicate where you see transfer of bloodstain on the arm,
On the
wrist?
right arm, in the area inside the green marks.
And Judge, I would offer the marked photo as Commonwealth's 174B.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
174B.
And that does not need to be under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we can take that down. And Judge, I'd ask that Commonwealth's 175 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and is this Joe Ryan's left hand?
yes.
Okay, what observations did you make of the blood stains on his left hand?
That he has primarily transfer across the back of his left hand
Yeah, it smells like
with
cook.
some volume so that there's associated flow.
I don't like avocado.
All right. Did you make note of a line of demarcation?
Yes,
Okay, and where is that?
Do you wish to offer this in evidence?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I'd offer an evidence, Commonwealth's 175.
Any objection to 175?
No objection.
All right, 175 in evidence.
All right, and if that can be published.
All right.
All right, so you know what, before you mark, let's talk about the rest of the hand so we can see it clearly. What other observations did you make of the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
well, there's also transfer on his left thumb and sort of laterally, just below the left wrist. And also note that there's some volume to include what appears to be blood clots.
I like a little
On the
guacamole
transfer.
on my Mexican food.
And
Other
can you now
don't
mark
avocado.
on Commonwealth's 175, the line of demarcation and the transfer that you just mentioned?
Transfer across the left, back of the left hand from the green line towards the fingers would be areas of transfer, flow towards, from that area towards the wrist. Then another transfer just below the left wrist. Transfer on the left thumb. Another small transfer on the outside of the left thumb.
Okay. Were you, in your review of the photographs in this case, able to determine if anything lined up with the void on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that just the question itself goes to what we talked about.
I'll sustain the
Okay,
objection.
That's fine.
Next question.
So tell us, much as you did with the right hand, how did this blood come to be on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Some object wet with blood was in contact with the back of his left hand.
All right, thank you. Also looking at this photo, did you make any note of the blood stains on or around Mr. Ryan's jeans?
Yes,
What did you note?
that there are, excuse me, some contact stains or transfer stains on the jeans in various locations.
All right, can you identify where you noticed those blood stains on the jeans?
There's a transfer on the left front of the jeans. There's a transfer on the inside of the jeans waistband at the buttonhole.
Thank you. Did you review the certificates of laboratory analysis submitted in this case?
I did.
And whose DNA profile was present in the swabs of the blood from Joe Ryan's hands?
I believe it was a DNA profile from both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan.
All right. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer Commonwealth's 175A as the marked item.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 175A.
All right, so looking back, and Judge, if we can drop video. Did you have the opportunity to fully review Officer Beckner's body-worn camera?
I reviewed several body-worn cameras. I don't recall who was wearing which camera. I would have to look that up in the record.
Okay, but if we can go back to Commonwealth 241 and have that published to the witness and counsel and the jury, it was under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the still image that we were referencing before from Officer Beckner's body worn previously as admitted as Commonwealth 6. In your review of the video, did you observe the police officers at the scene to move Mr. Ryan's arms?
I did see that in a body cam video.
Okay. Did you observe those officers to touch Mr. Ryan's arm?
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
I'm going to move on.
Okay.
All right, so looking at previously admitted Commonwealth's 123. And Judge, this was admitted under seal. If I can have it published to
Yes, ma'am.
the jury, the witness, and Mr. Carroll, and counsel on the left. Drawing your attention to Mr. Ryan's arm. Did you make any observations of the blood patterns on his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed what appears to be small blood droplets on his arm in a somewhat linear distribution. Also observed transfer stains on his arm, in particularly 4 transfer stains that are roughly parallel to each other.
All right, so let's talk about them one at a time. Let's talk about the blood drops that you observed. Can you circle or highlight those items on your screen? Sorry about that. Okay. And how are those blood droplets formed?
These would be blood drops falling from somewhere above. Again, blood drops falling or under gravity takes them down, and when they're circular, would mean that the blood is dropping straight down. So if it makes a circular stain, that surface was fairly horizontal at the time that the blood drops were deposited.
Okay, if the blood had been coming at him from an angle, what shape would they have taken?
But if it's coming at an angle, then that sphere in air would translate to an elliptical shape on the surface.
Okay. Judge, I would ask to print and admit this photo as Commonwealth's 170. Well, this, you want to do 123A and, nope, that's fine, 123A, keeps it clean. Yes, please.
Okay.
And if we could clear the markings, I can do it if you want, or I don't know if you, okay. All right. You spoke of a transfer pattern on the arm. Where do you see that transfer pattern? All right. Judge, if I can have this marked as Commonwealth 123B and printed.
Any objection? Okay, he understands.
Thank you. All right, and then I'm going to take it to a different angle. If I can remove the display, please. If we can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 101 with the witness, the jury, and I do not believe this was under seal, Judge, but I'll defer to the court.
101 is under seal.
Okay, then this remains under seal. Ms. Telegraph, if I zoom in a little bit, we've got another angle here. Can you again highlight the transfer pattern that you observed? Okay, thank you. And I would offer that marked photo as Commonwealth's 101A under seal.
Yes, the markings are actually covering up what she testified to as transfer. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no other connotation given to the way that was drawn. In having a circle would probably be a.
I understand that's what you did.
Okay.
I think we were talking about the image of that. You have to look at the marks.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
No objection?
No objection.
Are you able to tell us whether or not the transfer pattern was made at the same time as the drip marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Based on your training and experience, are you able to discern anything about the markings in this photograph that would enable you to gauge whether or not they occurred at the same time?
To determine sequencing, you need to look very closely at individual photographs of this area, multiple photographs of this area, looking to see if we can see actual one stain on top of the other. If we can make that determination, then you know that the one that's on the bottom has to have happened before the one on the top. So in this case, I don't think that I was able to actually pinpoint where one was on top of the other. They happen at different times. They're different mechanisms. Nothing here indicates that they were simultaneous. They may have been very close together in time. I don't know. But if you don't have those specific characteristics to point to, then you don't determine sequencing.
All right, thank you. If we can pull this photo down.
I think part of the reason this is so slow and clunky is because the defense keeps objecting.
Judge, I'd like to have 181 displayed to the witness and counsel. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer 181 under seal.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 181 under seal.
And I apologize for bouncing all around in the numbers. All right, Ms. Telegraph, I've zoomed in. I'd like to have this published now to the jury. This is another view of those same transfer stains, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell me about what is happening on the interior of the arm at the base of those stains?
There is a flow pattern on the interior of the arm. It extends from the transfer pattern, what would be up the arm, that is towards the elbow, and then terminates in one stain.
All right. Can you tell me about how the blood moved down the arm to create that stain?
It appears that excess volume of blood was in the transfer.
Excuse me, hold on.
I'd object. I think that's exceeding the scope of what blood spatter analysis that we discussed.
You want to?
Like I said, he's objecting a lot.
there's nothing here that would do that. That's not what flows do on their own. They just go with gravity. And you see that if you have a flow going one direction and you turn that surface, the flow doesn't separate into separate flows. The whole thing, one flow can make a corner, but that corner would be an indication that the thing was oriented so that what was down is now a different direction.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take down a picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do women say thank you through their nose? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's thank you. It is not thank you. I hate that. Thank you. You don't need to say it through your nose. Thank you.
If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 100, which was admitted under seal. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I would have it published to the jury.
It is.
Thank you. All right. What observations did you make in conjunction with your reading of Commonwealth's admitted 151, the lab from DLI, about Mr. Ryan's pants and any blood stains observed there?
My recollection of the analysis was that both profiles, DNA profiles from Christine Banfield and DNA profiles from Joseph Ryan, were found in stains on the jeans.
All right. Let's talk about them one by one. Specifically, did you examine the area in the photo of the button and the zipper?
There was a sampling from that area that I read the DNA analysis report for that sample.
Okay. And that sample of blood, were you able to determine if it was a flow, spatter, or transfer?
The stains on the area of the button and the buttonhole were contact stains or transfers.
All right. Looking at, if I may advance to Commonwealth's previously admitted 101. Slightly better angle. Did you make observations of other bloodstain patterns now on the leg of the jeans?
Yes.
All right, tell me about your observations on his right leg pant.
That's better than being
Right
on
pant leg.
legally.
Well, there are several bloodstain patterns or blood stains on the right leg. In particular, there's a stain pattern of somewhat parallel transfers that are finger-like in shape.
And can you mark on 101 where you've made that observation or which transfers you're referencing? Okay. And in your review of what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 168, the certificate of laboratory analysis from Bodie, was there a mixture of DNA found in that blood?
My recollection is that this is another area where both profiles were found in the stain that was sampled in this area.
And you say both profiles of?
The profile from Christine Banfield and the DNA profile from Joseph Ryan.
Okay. And again, could these stains be cast off or spatter?
No,
Could they be falling blood?
no.
I'm going to move on to,
Did you want that in evidence?
yes, please, if we could have that printed, and I would offer it as Commonwealth's 101A,
I already have 101A. Do you want
101B.
101B under seal? No objection. Okay. 101B under seal.
All right, we can take that down. And if I can have Commonwealth's 222 shared with the witness and with counsel. All All right, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
And did you examine this photo of Mr. Ryan's hip?
yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer the item into evidence as Commonwealth's 222.
All right, any objection? All right, 222 in evidence, not under seal, correct?
Not under seal.
Okay, 222.
All right, so this angle is a little tricky, but tell me what you observed about the bloodstains on Mr. Ryan's hip.
There are multiple circular and elliptical stains, most of them fairly small, that are on the front and the side of the left hip.
All right, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. This larger stain that is now in the middle of the photo for reference, tell me what you observe about that stain.
This is a larger stain. It appears to have some satellites, that is secondary blood drops. So when wet blood hits the surface, it can form droplets out of that volume, and it's called satellites, secondary stains. And they appear to be possibly a little flow associated with it, and that flow, as you're looking at it, would be from front to back.
All right, so again, using gravity as our rule, what position was the body in when that stain struck the hip?
I would object, based upon this photo,
Sorry.
I would object to scientific foundation in order to even, that we have some sort of scientific
So
foundation before.
foundation is your objection?
Yes.
All right, so if you want to lay a foundation.
Sure. To your knowledge, how does gravity work?
Gravity is a magnetic pull towards the center of the earth, and it causes things to under the force of gravity, to move toward the center of the earth or downward.
Okay,
Kidding me?
and
Are you
the blood that we see in this picture.
lay the groundwork for
direction
what
did it flow?
gravity was?
The small flows that appear to emanate from the larger are front to back in reference to the body, and here going towards the floor.
All right, and so in what position would the body have been relative to the earth when the blood struck the body and flowed?
That his left hip was exposed when the wet blood contacted the skin and flowed towards the back or towards the floor.
Thank you. Let's zoom back out just a little bit. Looking at these droplets of blood, what can you tell me about that pattern?
Bad.
There are small circular to elliptical stains which indicate blood was in flight when the blood made contact with this part of his skin.
All right, thank you. So let's move on then to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth 133. All right, if I can have that displayed to the witness and counsel.
It's already been.
And it's admitted so to the jury as well,
In the
please.
gallery, thank you.
Thank you, and the gallery. All right, Ms. Dallygraph, tell me about the blood stains that we observe on Mr. Banfield's jeans, previously admitted Commonwealth 133.
If we're looking at generally the area of the knees, that there are multiple contact stains.
All right, were you able to determine whether or not those contact stains, strike that, let me rephrase. Did you have the opportunity to watch, as you've said before, the body worn camera, specifically any portion where first responders are entering the room?
Yes,
Okay, and did you observe Mr. Banfield's position on that body worn camera when first responders entered the room?
when first officers entered the bedroom, yes.
Okay. Was his position consistent with the transfer patterns that you see on the knees of the jeans?
In the,
There has to be some indication. There has to be more in order to be able to arrive at the conclusion that she's asking for, not just looking at the body cam.
You want to approach for a second?
This is a court of law, not physics 101. I think everybody knows what gravity is. I don't know why my nose itches all the time unless I'm allergic to my yarn. It's acrylic though. I don't use natural fibers for that reason because I'm allergic to natural fibers.
I'm gonna try that.
All right, so at the knees, we have transfer stains, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Zooming in, tell me about these stains on the left of our screen that appear different.
Yes, there's linear distributions of circular and elliptical stains. This would be on the jeans above the knee, going up to pretty much the top of the jeans.
Okay, and again, remind us how elliptical stains come to be.
Elliptical stains occur when the sphere of blood traveling through the air comes in contact with the surface at an angle so that the circular shape of the sphere translates into an elliptical shape on the surface.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take this down
All right.
and move to Commonwealth's 135. If I can have this published, this is Commonwealth's previously admitted 135.
All right.
Is this a close-up on those stains?
This is a close-up of some of those stains.
Some, that's fair. All right. And if I can have the court's indulgence, pull this down for just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can show you Commonwealth's previously admitted 186 and have that published.
I don't have a 186 in evidence.
All right, Commonwealth would offer 186 into evidence.
Any objection to 186?
No, you're.
All right, 186 in evidence.
All right, so here we have the same genes in a manner that Detective Leach photographed them to allow us to see the blood more closely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can describe your opinion or share with us your opinion about the blood spatter that we see on the left.
There are linear distributions of small circular elliptical stains. They're actually from about the knee to the crotch, and just bracketed to show that general area.
All right, and are those stains cast off?
These stains could be cast off. They're consistent with cast off. We see some progressive change in shape looking across some of the lines. So cast off cannot be excluded as a mechanism to produce these stains.
Thank you. And were you able to review the certificate of laboratory analysis that was admitted in this case, identifying the DNA contribution to those stains?
Yes.
And do you recall whose DNA was found to be in those stains?
The DNA profile of Brendan Banfield was found in this area.
Thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull that down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence is Commonwealth's 187.
Any objection to 187?
No objection.
All right, 187 in evidence.
All right. Ms. Dallygraph, from 187, were you able to make any observations about Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask counsel to take a look if we can pull this down. We can display Commonwealth's 188 to counsel and the witness. Is this a photograph that you pulled from Commonwealth's 187 to highlight the blood stains that you analyzed?
Yes, this actually shows parts of 2 different photographs, but I took out the background to focus on just the shoes and the stains on the shoes.
All right, Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth 188
Any
this
objection?
photograph,
No objection.
188 in evidence.
and we'd ask that it be published to the jury in the gallery. All right, tell me about the staining that you observed on Mr. Banfield's shoes.
Well, on the right shoe, where you see the one closest is the right shoe, and then the one we're looking down at the toe area of the right shoe, there are circular stains, particularly up close to where the shoelace loops. You can see a circular stain moving out into the toe, a circular stain. On the side of the right shoe, there's a larger stain that can't be determined. It could be just a contact with something wet with blood, or it could be merging where if it's blood falling there on the side, then as it traveled in the fabric actually made one larger stain. So the mechanism cannot be determined. The left shoe appears to be a transfer from some area of wet blood.
Is the blood stain
Never
or the blood
watched
stains on the right shoe, is that consistent with transfer? Could it be consistent with transfer?
Well, there are in particular 2 that are very circular. So when I do the analysis, I look at all of the pictures, all of the images in context to see if I could identify, if this is transfer, then there should be a circular area somewhere of that approximate size and shape to see if I can exclude transfer, because this does appear to be a somewhat absorbent surface. I didn't find anything, so it appears more that it's falling blood, because falling blood will make a circular stain.
Thank you. And did you make any observations from your review of the body-worn camera of Mr. Banfield's hands following the entry of law enforcement into the room?
Yes,
What did you notice about his hands?
both hands were blood covered.
All right. I can show you what has been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 112 and 113. We'll start with 112. All right. So in your review of the bloodstains found on the carpet, did you make any observations regarding these stains found between the bed and the basket?
Yes.
Okay, and what were your observations?
Well, there are multiple blood stains between the bed and the basket. Some of those appear to be saturation, where a lot of blood absorbed into the surface. Some appear to be simply transfer. There's something that was very wet with blood is in contact with the surface. Others are much smaller stains. They appear to be circular to elliptical in shape.
I know there's a whole lot more, but let's take it little bit by little bit. Identifying this stain here at the bottom of the photo, irregular in shape, what type of stain is that?
It appears to be both transfer and saturation.
Okay. Were you able to identify anything that might have matched with the shape and pattern of that stain to have created the transfer?
I could not determine what transferred that particular pattern.
Okay. Were there any objects that you observed in any of the photos nearby that were also saturated with blood?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe?
Well, in particular, there was bedding that was over this area when officers first arrived, and some of that had a fairly heavy amount or large areas of saturation within that bedding that was sort of crumpled or on the floor above this area.
Okay. Let's turn to look at the dots of blood here closer to the laundry basket. What can you tell us about that staining?
That from this image, there no particular dispersion or irregular dispersion, but there are very small blood stains in the area, especially as you're approaching up to the laundry basket.
Okay. And from your review of the certificates of analysis, was Joseph Ryan's DNA present in that tested area?
Yes.
If I can pull this down for just a moment. I'm going to ask Commonwealth 191 be shared with counsel and the witness. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay. And the yellow circles on the photo, how did they come to be?
I put the circles on the photo.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth 191.
I'd object to the markings, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. If I can have this pulled down, please. All right, directing your attention then to Commonwealth's previously admitted 113. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and just for orientation, is this the bed frame that we have on the right of the screen?
yes, that would be the sideboard of the bed frame.
Okay, tell me about the large blood stain that we have here. And Judge, I'm sorry if I did not ask that this be published.
It is published.
Okay, thank you. Tell me about that large saturation stain.
Overall, it's an indication of volume of blood that's on the surface, and I certainly would want to look under that area to see how much volume might be there. It also has, especially on the margins, you're looking to the right side, you can see the outlines or the shape that is fairly circular in a linear distribution. Looking at the photograph going from the top down towards the bottom, you see these, there appear to be individual circular stains.
Okay, can you, as best you can, using the screen, identify the linear pattern that you see? Okay, and can you draw perhaps either an arrow toward or a circle around the circular stains that you see? I'm afraid the circle around may end up too large, but
Yeah.
Let's give it a try.
So the width of the line makes it
I know, thank you.
kind of obliterate the circle underneath.
All right, thank you. And again, what is it that the nature of the circular stains mean to you?
Taken together with the volume, that this appears to be where a volume of blood was projected, blood drops traveling through the air, and some of those droplets fell from that trajectory down to the surface of the, in this case, the carpet. So that creates the linear portion of it in association with the volume that you see immediately to the left of that the same thing is happening there. Droplets falling on top of droplets creates a volume in on an absorbent surface, a saturation. All of that is consistent with what's called a projected pattern, where a volume of blood pushed through the air, then the droplets fall, and they fall on top of each other, creating this larger overall pattern.
Thank you. If we can pull this down, please.
You don't want to print that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You have to put it back.
If we could print, and I would offer it as 113A.
Okay. I think it's
It
off
moves.
on the side.
Hold on, I can make it happen. Or not.
Okay.
Okay.
And any objection to 113A?
No.
113A evidence.
All right. Are we good? Okay, just wait.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, if I can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 111. All right, for location purposes, Commonwealth's 113 was a close-up of which area of the staining that we see here?
It's approximately parallel to the sideboard.
All right, can you make a mark, just perhaps a dot on the screen for that stain?
I'm sorry, the previous pattern is what I just marked.
Oh, thank you. Can't see it on mine. All right, and so looking at the area of blood below that stain, what can you tell me about those markings?
Well, looking on the photograph, looking below the area that I just marked, there's at least two areas of concentration that are, as you're looking at the photograph, just below and another just to the left. These are somewhat overlaying. They indicate, there's an indication of volume. These are not, it's not just single falling blood. It's definitely not cast off or impact spatter. It's not flow. It's just areas of concentration and saturation.
And can you perhaps just put a dot in the centers of those two concentrated areas? Okay, thank you. So in the perimeter around those concentrated areas, what observations did you make of the staining?
But if I understand, we're talking about going around that general area. Again, there's multiple things that could move some of the blood in that area. Some of it could be transfer. That is something that's very wet with blood, could be on the surface, possibly move from one place to the other, or moving on the surface. I can't really tell. There appears to be multiple things happening. It's just I can't identify just one and only one action in that location.
Okay, well, let me ask this. If you were to draw a perimeter around the outermost edges of the blood staining that we see on the left, would the entirety of the blood contained within that perimeter be saturation?
It's not all saturation. Doesn't appear to be.
What else does it appear to be?
Well, again, some of it could be transfer, like something very bloody, either being moved in different location or moved on the carpet, either one. So it's not an even distribution through that whole area.
Okay. And looking at the blood stain now to the right of the photograph, what can you tell us about that stain?
That there is saturation there. There is some transfer there. There is what might be some spatter up as you're looking at the general area. There's some smaller stains, at least up just above and slightly to the right of center of the larger bloodstain area in front of that chest of drawers.
Thank you. And Judge, if I can have this printed and offered into evidence as 111A.
Any objection? 111A.
Let me know when I can pull it down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if I can offer, well, if I can ask first that Commonwealth 219 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth 219 into evidence.
Any objection? Yes, so that's the marking, so I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
It won't be under seal. Even though it's not a minute.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask Commonwealth 221 be shared with the witness and with counsel.
221.
All right, Ms. Dallygraph, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right. This time, Commonwealth would offer 221 into evidence under seal.
Any objection? All right, 221 in evidence under seal.
All right, Ms. Dallygraph, we've got now another angle of the blood on the carpet that we've talked about. Can you identify for us the droplets that you previously testified to having come from Joe Ryan on the carpet near the laundry basket?
Well, there's an area that on the carpet that has smaller circular and elliptical stains between the bed and the basket.
Thank you. And then did you also observe any blood stains on the wall?
Yes.
All right, and can you circle where those stains were observed to be?
Sorry, the marking covers up.
It's okay, we're gonna zoom in on it in just a moment. Judge, I would offer this as Commonwealth's 221A. I'm sorry, this is 221?
Yes, 221A.
And now 221A with the markings, please.
Any objection? 221A under seal. Okay.
Let me know when I can pull it down, thank you.
Yes, you're fine.
asked to share with the witness and with counsel. Commonwealth's previously admitted 118.
118.
And that can be shared with the jury in the gallery as well.
Yes.
Ms. Graff, do you see here now a closer picture of the blood on the wall?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about that blood stain and what observations you made.
Well, the largest blood stain you see is clearly elliptical with some excess flow or a tail, a part of the volume that continued in the direction the blood drop was originally traveling when it impacted the wall. So this droplet was traveling downward and at a slight angle as you're looking at the wall, slightly to your right. There are other stains in the same area that are much smaller, but exhibit very similar characteristics. That they're the leading edge, the place where the blood droplet first met the wall, is rounded, and then you see that round shape transferring into elliptical. And those drops are all going toward the wall and then downward.
And you reviewed the certificate of laboratory analysis for that particular item, swab 39, is that correct?
I did.
All right, and did that contain Joseph Ryan's DNA profile?
I really would have to look at the report again. I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. Did you make any observations regarding the blood spatter that was located on the laundry basket?
I did.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to share Commonwealth's previously admitted 120.
120, okay.
Tell me about the blood stain patterns that you observed on the laundry basket.
Well, there are multiple circular and elliptical stains. Some of those appear to be in a linear distribution, with the caveat that the side of the laundry basket has a lot of openings, so you don't have the full pattern there. But some of them do appear to be in linear distribution.
And we understand that linear distribution is consistent with what?
Well, you get linear distributions in projected stains, in cast-off stains, in impact spatter. All of those would have some linear components to them.
Thank you. And were those stains swabbed and tested as item 41 to your knowledge?
Yes, some of these stains were submitted for further analysis.
All right, and was Christine Banfield's DNA present in some of those stains to your knowledge?
Some of them had Christine Banfield's DNA profile.
Thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence Commonwealth's 196.
Any objection to 196? Is that a no? Okay, no objection. 196 in evidence, and thank you.
Judge, I'd ask that be published. All right, Ms. Dallygraf, do you recognize this picture of Mr. Ryan's backpack?
This is an examination picture of the backpack that was under or partially under Mr. Ryan's left leg.
All right, so this is after it has been opened and spread out, is that correct?
Yes, this will be an examination where everything has been removed, photographed separately, and now looking at just the backpack alone.
Okay, so start us off with the thing that seems to confuse almost everyone. The circle that we see in the middle of the backpack, is that something you drew?
No,
Okay, to your knowledge, is that stitching on the backpack?
I can't tell from this photograph. I'd have to see a close-up. Oh, yes, I can see the stitches.
Okay, there we go. All right, so tell me about the blood stains that you observed on this object.
Multiple circular and elliptical stains.
All right, and what pattern of travel are those stains consistent with?
Well, some of them have some satellite or the continuation from the leading edge outward, which would indicate downward relative to looking at the photograph. Others are pretty indistinct. You can't really determine from some of them what they were, but all of this is relative to this surface.
All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. All right, and Judge, if I can share what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 124.
124 under seal.
So, Ms. Telegraph, did you examine this photo relative to the one that we just shared and admitted into evidence as COMOS 196?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what observations you made of the staining on the backpack as it appears in this picture relative to 196.
Well, I look at it in the context of the scene, how it was originally photographed before it was moved by officers in the scene, and to identify the patterns or the shapes of the stains that we could see in the examination photograph compared to what is visible here, to see if we can see the entire pattern or the portion of the pattern, to determine if the blood is deposited while it's in the orientation, location, everything that we see in this image, just by comparing those stains during examination quality and the in-scene context.
Okay, and what did your examination reveal regarding the location of these stains and the location of the items in the bag?
Well, one of the largest of the stains that we saw in the previous photograph, you can see a portion of it going into a fold as you're looking down at the lining as it was laying there when they first photographed it in place.
Okay, and is that consistent with the location of the objects in the bag as we see them photographed here?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay.
We're talking about just the lining?
Yes.
Or, well, it appears that at least part of that lining is not exposed when we look at the overall shape of that. So we
Judge, I'm
see only
sorry.
part of that
I'm
shape
gonna
here.
object to that question that we approach.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Is the location of the items as we see them photographed here consistent with the stains that are beneath them?
Objection,
No, I
Judge.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there staining on the items as they are photographed here that created a pattern with the staining on the lining of the bag as evidenced in 196?
Judge, I object. I don't know. Well, actually, I'll see if she can answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
There are some small stains on some of the items. However, what I'm looking for is to see, can I see the entire pattern that was on the lining with these objects in place? If all of that staining happened with these objects in place, then we should see those
I think
stains.
I would object. I think we're going to
All right, I'll
where
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Do that one, we'll give you any more.
Based on your review of the certificate's analysis, was Mr. Ryan's DNA observed in the stains to the liner of the backpack?
My recollection is those were the DNA profile of Joseph Ryan.
In your review of the body-worn camera, were you able to make any observations regarding the placement of the Glock 19M, Mr. Banfield's service weapon, at the time of the officer's first entry into the primary bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the Glock model 19M?
On the, I believe that'd be the southeast corner of the mattress.
All right. And did you make any observations of the blood pattern in the area of the weapon?
On the weapon itself, on the pistol, there was what appeared to be contact all along that entire side of the gun.
When you say that side of the gun, which side of the gun?
The side that was up as it's laying on the mattress.
Okay. In your expert opinion, based on the location of the blood on Mr. Ryan's hand, the location of the blood on his pants, the location of the blood stains on his hip, and your review of all of the evidence in this case, including the autopsy reports, are you able to opine as to whether or not Joseph Ryan
Hey, John.
was in the position where he was found when police arrived,
Tasty.
when those blood stains were transferred?
objection, Your Honor. I think this goes
Approach.
I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, would it be appropriate to go now, or?
Well, how long
we
is your,
can have a break for the,
how long is your cross-examination?
I anticipate it probably being at least as much, if not more.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. So we'll come back then at 1:45 to give you an hour, okay? So again, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you at 1:45. Again, ma'am, since you're still having testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include prosecutors, okay? All right, thank you. See you at 1:45. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, can we publish this to the attorneys?
All I see is a white screen. Is it on your laptop?
Yes.
Hold on a minute, we just have to switch it over. Okay,
Thank you.
just to the witness and the attorneys?
Witness and the attorneys, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And this, for the record, what exhibit number is this?
Judge, if we
It's not,
can,
oh, you don't have, it's not in evidence yet? Okay,
it's not an evidence.
all right, thank you.
I can identify it, however.
Sure, okay.
Your Honor, if we could identify this as defense exhibit number 80.
80,
80.
okay. We'll
I
identify
think
it.
that's a little out of line, but it's.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Groff. I'm John Carroll. I represent Mr. Banfield in this case.
Good
If there are any
afternoon.
questions that I ask you and you don't understand them, please ask for me to repeat them.
Sure.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see the first slide there at your station?
Excuse me?
Do you see something on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. What were you in terms of your ability to see that? Was that in pictures?
This object or
Yeah.
this one image or what's contained in the image?
This object and this image?
The object I saw in multiple images, including the body cams, videos, and I see it in this still image.
Okay. And you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, did you work with Detective Leach from the Fairfax County Police on this case?
I worked with him in the sense that I received, I believe, reports that he wrote, documentation of what type of analysis was done or submitted various items for, and had a conversation about a particular testing that he did.
Okay. And the particular testing, was that the testing that we just talked about in your cross-examination with the, what you said was a linear drip stain on the pants of Joe Ryan?
No,
Which stain was it?
it had to do with some socks that may or may not have been bloodstained, and that was the focus of our conversation.
Okay. And so how many conversations did you have with Detective Leach during this process?
I only remember one specific meeting that he was present where we had a one-on-one conversation about items in this case.
Okay. And was that here in Fairfax that this meeting
Yes.
took place?
Yes,
And were you present for that here, or were you in a virtual situation?
and always present, physically present.
How long ago was that when you had your contact with Fairfax County PD?
When I talked to Detective Leach about this case,
Yes.
I don't remember the date, it's been some time ago.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you were previously here in Fairfax?
I remember what I was doing, I'd have to look up our calendar to see what date that was.
Did it coincide with another case that you were working for the Fairfax County Attorney's Office?
No, it's not another case.
Okay.
We were here doing some training
Okay. And training here in Fairfax?
in this area. I think it was Alexandria, maybe. I remember the physical facility. I don't remember the name of the location, but it was in this area.
Now, going back to this image, were you aware of, and I'll show you the next image, were you aware of Detective Leach asking for analysis for DNA on this juncture that's showing on the knife?
I was aware that some analysis was done. I did not talk to Detective Leach about specifically where or how the sample was collected. I think I may have looked at the results of the analysis,
Okay.
but I did not focus on this particular object.
And is it fair to say in your review of this that you looked at all of the results of the analysis that were produced in these cases, or in this case?
I don't know if I received copies of all the analysis that was done. Everything I received, I reviewed.
Okay. And in this situation, and Your Honor, I can.
Just want to mark it.
Well, what I was thinking I might do, Judge, is if we mark it A and then.
80A? Okay, this can be 80A, that's
And
fine.
then 80B and going forward through.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll identify it.
All right, so this is 80A, the one that's on the screen right now? Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, just to refresh your recollection, does that look like the analysis that you looked at?
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Yes,
Best evidence. It's not the full document. Document's been admitted in evidence.
all right. Well, if she needs to review the full document, we
Okay.
have it available.
Ma'am, to your recollection, whose DNA was, without referring to that, whose DNA was identified on that portion of the knife?
Again, it wasn't part of my analysis. I don't recall exactly where it was.
Your Honor, I mean, this is a Commonwealth exhibit.
You get to be by microphone.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to look at the Commonwealth exhibits because I think it's been introduced as one of the Commonwealth exhibits. Karen, if we could pull up Commonwealth's exhibit number 160.
I can't pull up anything.
Sorry,
I can't pull up anything.
I thought that was introduced into evidence.
Yeah, but we don't have their electronic files.
Yeah, I think it's on their.
This is not ours. This is the court's. If you want to use it, it's all here.
Ma'am, can I, Your Honor, if I may, I have the hard copy here. I'll just have her.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch it over to the lamp. Oh. You're just gonna use the hard copy on the lamp? Is that-
Big pardon?
Are you just gonna give it to her or are you gonna use it on the
If I
lamp?
just give it to her, that would be fine.
Okay, that's fine. 160, which I have is just lab sheet DNA blood.
It is lab sheet May 22, 2023.
Thank you.
Number 160.
All right, if you want to show her that, that's fine.
You know, the beast with the castle in France, and he kidnapped a girl, and then he fell in love with her,
Ken, have you had enough
and
to
he
look
let
at
her go, and then she came back, and then she told him she loved him, and he turned into a prince.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Well, again, I don't know if this was one of the documents that I looked at. I'd have to look at my listing of the materials that I received. I recognize it as an analysis report, but I don't know if it's something I received
Okay.
or not.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you review the things that you had reviewed for testifying today?
I did look at my report. I didn't like memorize the whole list of
Okay.
what I did receive.
So you're not certain of the specifics of the lab analysis relating to the knife in this case?
I don't recall the specifics of the knife, and as I said, I did not focus on the knife as part of my analysis as far as identifying patterns and as a result of that, whose DNA profiles might or might not be present.
And would DNA profiles, whether they're present or whether they were even tested for, would those be important in some of the determinations that you've made today
In terms of the knife itself,
in terms of any aspect of it?
in terms of everything taken together, those bloodstain patterns that I talked about, if a DNA profile was identified, then I noted that based on the relevant analysis reports that I had.
And if there were stains that weren't examined, would those be important as to informing your conclusions?
Judge's objection is to form, I don't believe it's clear, examined by whom?
If you could rephrase the question.
Okay. There's, In the scenes that you've seen on the body cam, there are numerous stains, correct?
Yes,
And many of them have been tested, many of them haven't been tested, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, you directed testing for some of them in your relationship with Detective Leach, correct?
Who's the Angelina?
I don't recall directing Detective Leach which stains to sample or to have tested.
Did you identify a sample that you required Detective Leach to get tested?
Not that I recall. My analysis was based on the documentation, not personal examination of the physical objects.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to review what would be 80D? Do you see that picture?
I see the picture, yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that as part of this case in your examination?
yes.
Okay. In this instance,
Oh, that's not the movie I'm talking about. I'm talking about Beauty and the Beast.
in this instance, this is the injury to, is this the injury to Joe Ryan, his left hand?
This is one injury to his left thumb.
Okay. And the contusion and the bruising, you see that?
Yes, I see the contusions to the left thumb.
Okay. And in terms of your experience as a blood spatter analyst, blood spatter pattern analyst, is it fair to say there's a greater likelihood of injury to the person who's stabbing than someone who's, or to the person, there's greater likelihood of injury to the person who has the knife and is stabbing versus others involved in the scene?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly clear on what the question is.
Is there, let me see if I can rephrase it.
We need to overnight some Benadryl.
In your experience,
Everybody's sniffing.
is there a greater likelihood of a stabber having an injury as a result of that knife?
I can't really say greater likelihood,
Okay. Have you experienced that?
not in something measured as a greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced it in some other measure?
Well, that it's not uncommon for in a
Oh,
stabbing
that's right. I
situation,
forgot about that.
especially if there's no hilt on the knife,
Okay.
that multiple impacts can cause the weapon itself to become slippery because blood is a fluid and is wet. Their hand may slide and actually get cut.
Okay. And
Mr.
in-
Carroll, I just want to make sure, this is 80B, okay, 80B.
I'm sorry, yes, I was counting
I
ahead.
just want to get the record clean.
80B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Would you agree that this is another view of that injury?
Yes,
That would
Appears to be.
ADC, identified as ADC.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you see this, the slide that's before you?
no, sir.
Do you see the slide that's before you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize this, this particular picture from the body cams that you looked at?
This does appear to be a steel portion of one of the body cams.
Okay, and this would be identified as ADD?
Well,
Ma'am, looking at ADD, do you see my client there?
Well, I recognize that the person, there is a person kneeling on the floor, and in looking at all the videos of the first officers, that that person was later identified as Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and in that picture, can you see his hands?
I'm sorry, this particular image is very dark, difficult to see, but in the overall body cams, I did see his hands.
Okay, and are you saying that you don't see his hands in this picture?
I'm saying this picture is not really clear to show his hands. I see the area that I think is his hands, but the picture itself is not clear.
Okay, and do you see the blood on his hands?
I did see blood on his hands when I reviewed the body cams.
And in this picture, do you see blood on the backside of his hands?
I'm sorry, this picture is not clear enough to make a determination.
Okay, well, let's look at the blood stain down to his right. do you see the portion that we've been talking about? And just if you need to look at where everything is situated in order to orient yourself, do you see the corner of the bed?
I can make out the area where the corner of the bed should be.
Okay, and can you make out the area where the saturated blood stains that you were talking about is?
I can see what appears to be. Again, the picture quality is very poor.
Okay.
But from reviewing all the body cams, I do know that there was saturation areas on the carpet.
Okay, so just talking about this picture right here, this comes from when you reviewed the body cam, correct?
I reviewed all the body cam footage that was given to me for review.
And this footage is from the first body cam responder, isn't that correct?
Objection, Judge. I think it calls for speculation. She's indicated she has reviewed all of the body cam, but there's been no indication as to which body cam this came from.
If she can answer.
No.
The body cams of the first two officers going into the bedroom had the most information about location of persons and objects before being moved by the officers or being directed to be moved by the officers.
Okay, and in this picture, which would be 80D again, you can see the stained spot that you were talking about with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury earlier, correct?
Again, the quality of the picture is very poor, but I do know where there were saturations on the carpet based on all of my review of materials in this case.
Can you see the end of the bed?
I see what I think is the footboard of the bed.
Okay, can you see what's on the bed?
In this picture, you just see that it's a dark object. Based on the totality of the documentation, I know what that object is.
Okay, and what object is that?
It was a handgun.
Okay, and do you know which of the handguns that it was?
Yes.
Okay, which one?
Based on all of the documentation I had, this would be the gun that was Mr. Banfield's identified as his duty weapon.
The Glock 19M, would that be it?
That sounds right.
Okay, now just looking at what we know about this, so you know where the gun is, even though you're saying it's a dark object, and that's, you know where the corner of the bed is, correct?
I know that the firearm, when the first officers arrived in the scene, it was laying on the southeast corner of the mattress.
Okay, and so you know where the blood stain is related to the southeast corner of the mattress, correct?
The blood stain was later identified on the sheet removed from the mattress.
Do you know, we're talking about the saturated blood stain that you spoke about quite often in your direct testimony that's at the foot of the corner of the bed.
Yes, there were multiple saturation stains on the carpet.
Okay.
One was near the southeast corner of the bed on the carpet.
Okay, and were you also, did you also review the 911 tape of the call from Fairfax County or to Fairfax County?
I did listen to 911 recording.
Okay, do you recall my client's statements about shooting an unknown person in the room?
I don't remember the specific verbiage. I remember that there was a reference to an injured person and a shooting.
Okay, and I'm not that worried about the detail, but what I am interested in is when he identified himself as shooting Joe Ryan, the police said, "Where are the guns now?" Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay.
Dude,
Do you recall them telling
whatever you are.
whomever was on the 911 tape, make sure the guns are visible?
Again, I don't remember the exact wording of the call.
Chat, y'all.
And so you don't actually remember that from the 911
Shadow.
about the gun?
I don't remember the specific words that were said. I do remember specifically reviewing that there was reference to an injured person in a shooting, that was the basis for officers going to the scene.
Okay, and so would it be possible if that gun that's showing on the corner of the bed was put in the blood stain saturation that you've talked about today prior to making the 911 call?
Well, I don't know prior to the 911 call. Those are things that I can't know.
Okay,
I will say that the blood stain all along that complete side of the gun, the exposed side as you're looking at it, that it did have what appeared to be transfer. And certainly if the gun had been laid in a saturation or in a blood pool, then that would be a scenario that could not be excluded as how the blood stains came to be on that side of the gun.
okay. And if that was left in the position that's in for purposes of the first responders, would that be something that could be tested to determine what the DNA was on, that gun itself?
If the gun itself, as it's laying there, someone could swab it and submit that swab for analysis.
Do you know if that ever happened?
That I don't know.
Okay. You never received any records of an analysis of what was on the gun?
I don't recall getting analysis of any swabbing of the gun itself.
Okay. But that would have been the most direct way to determine if there was blood or blood of a certain person or some other basis upon which to draw a conclusion if that was swabbed, correct?
To determine the DNA profile, that would be, I would think a preferable method would have been to swab it there as it's laying there. However, the gun was not left in that position. So,
Okay.
So there were some other things to consider as far as what would be tested and what would not be tested.
Oh, so when you're talking about not being left in this position that's showing here, you're talking about when the first responders moved it to the other side of the bed?
It was officers that moved it, and this gun was moved twice.
Okay.
Based on the body cams. That's what I saw.
Okay. But the DNA analysis of this area, including those saturated, soaked blood stains, I think there were 2 of them. There are a number of other stains on the mattress. The only one that was tested was the one that's right underneath the gun, where on the bedding that was underneath the gun. Isn't that correct?
Okay. If I can take them one at a time. I did not see stains on the mattress. That simply wasn't included in images that I saw of the scene. The images that I saw, I could not identify blood stains on the mattress or on that sheet that was on the bed. There were more than 2 saturations on the carpet. Trying to remember what else you put in there.
Yeah, so I'll work with you on that. Let's go through it. The 2 big saturations on the carpet. You never saw any testing of those 2 big saturations, correct?
I'm sorry, I really don't recall. I have to go back to see if any of those were specifically tested. The one directly in front of the chest of drawers would really be no reason to test that, because in the context of the scene, we know the source.
Okay.
The one closest to the foot of the bed could be tested either by sampling the saturation of the carpet itself, or there was some clothing that was partially covered, some saturation, but also was stained, and that could be tested for DNA. And then there's saturation over by the dog bed that's a distance away.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that none of those saturated positions were tested?
Thanks for stopping by. See you later.
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
But that would give you information that would be helpful in arriving at whatever conclusion you're trying to arrive at, right?
That depends on the extent of the analysis. Like I said, the one stain pattern, there's really no reason to test, because we could see in the context of the scene, particularly in the body cams, the source of that, because the source was laying in that area when officers arrived. The other could be tested, as I say, either directly from the carpet itself or objects on the carpet that were also stained.
Now, the firearm itself, that would be something that you would probably want to be tested, correct?
I would probably have preferred that it be tested directly from that, but also consider the fact that it was moved twice by officers in the scene. So before I would look at any results on that, I'd want to know more about the officers moving it to be sure that they didn't disrupt it. That's certainly a consideration, and look at the pattern, if not the DNA.
And just so you're clear, you're talking about it being moved twice after what we're seeing on this picture, which is at the corner of the bed.
It was moved twice after officers initially entered the bedroom.
And is it possible that the gun in the position that you can see my client, even though it's dark, that gun was to his right-hand side, laying in that pool of blood that had saturated that carpet prior to it being put up on the bed?
I don't know where the gun was prior to it being put on the bed. It is generally to his right, as we're looking at where I know he was positioned in the room.
Okay. And you know that he had blood on his hands, correct?
He did have blood on his hands.
And in fact, I know you're not happy with the quality of this picture, but in other pictures that you've seen his hands with blood on the front side and blood on the back side, correct?
Yes, both hands were blood covered.
Okay. And that would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid before first responders come, isn't that right?
It's consistent with him having blood on his hands.
Okay.
He did, in the, looking at the first officer entering the room, he did have his hands on her neck.
Okay, and that was, that was something that he did until the officer said, we're going to take over now, correct?
Well, when the first officer arrived, he was there with his hands on her neck, and then an officer directed him to move away, and then the officer took over trying
Mark,
to
if
render
you've
aid.
been living under a rock,
So,
you
let's
have
talk
no
about,
idea who Angelina Jolie is?
cast off. Is that what you call it?
She's an
Cast off is a
actress.
bloodstained term.
Okay, and you spoke about cast off and how it could be a linear
She was
linear
married to
pattern,
Brad
what you saw
Pitt.
was a linear pattern. And so
They
cast
have
off
like
is
10
coming off
kids
of
together.
if you could just remind me again, what was your definition of cast off?
Well, the mechanism of cast off is when some object that has wet blood on it is in motion.
Okay,
And so as it moves,
Don't
blood
even
comes
have
off
to watch
in
the
a
movie
column, and a ligament of blood will come off, break into individual droplets as it travels through air.
Constantly.
And because it comes off of basically one point or one area, then when it lands on a surface, those individual droplets, as they form on the surface, will make a linear or curvilinear pattern.
okay. And so if you have a surface that has a lot of blood, say hands, and you do this, can cast off occur?
Cast off can be any object that has wet blood on it. A finger,
Okay,
if it's a hand, then usually we'll see like more than one
Or a
linear
constant
distribution
generator
for,
would be
say, blood coming off, depending on which fingers they are, how many, or it can be some other object that has blood on it that's in motion, and then
Sure.
blood comes off that object.
and just for the court reporter, I'm just going to describe what you just did and what I did, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. When I talked about cast off, I talked about moving my hands in a snapping fashion away from my body, or it could be downward. And when you were describing that, you were saying it could be a hand, any finger, or all fingers going off of that object, correct?
Because any object that has wet blood on it and the object is in motion, so that blood comes off of the object, could produce cast off.
Okay, thank you. Now, and I guess with cast off, what I think you've identified as droplets in a linear type pattern is the words you were saying to direct examination?
That individual stains in the pattern oriented to each other will be in a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay, and a linear pattern, I'm just assuming what, I guess, you're talking about straight or likely straight.
Well, I say it could be linear or curvilinear, so a part of the pattern could be very straight. You could have a part where the whole line curves a bit, so it's curvilinear, but you can still, looking at it, see how they're related to each other.
Okay, and unless you actually see whatever it is that's holding that blood, you can't be certain of that, correct?
You cannot generally look at a cast-off pattern by itself to determine what the object was, other than looking at the individual stains. This came off of it's a low volume or very small surface area versus something that has a large surface area.
Okay, now, when you're talking about the surface, and the surfaces that you're talking about in this case is you have the wall, correct?
I'm sorry, the surface area I was just referring to was the surface burying the blood.
I understand, and I'm just moving on to surfaces that could create what you ultimately interpret. Like the wall, for example, that would be a clean surface if blood hit that, right?
Judge, objection to the mischaracterization of the answer. Her answer was about what type of object could create cast off.
Right, and he's moving on now.
Yeah, I'm moving
This
on.
is a new, it's a new.
Understood, but to then use the word create, what she's talking about, I think.
Overruled.
So just so I'm clear, I don't want to confuse, we're talking about surfaces. So like a surface like this, or a surface like this, or a surface of skin, okay? So that would be like a tabletop, clothing, fabric, and skin.
So,
So I haven't asked the question yet.
okay,
Depending on what surface you're talking about, you have, would it be easier to identify whether it's a linear pattern or even whether it's a drop pattern, excuse me if I'm not using the right term, when you're talking about like a wall or a flat surface like this versus clothing and say denim, like what we have in this case, or a forearm what we have in this case, there'd be different.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled, he hasn't asked the question yet.
I haven't asked the question yet, yeah. Would there be different things that you would consider based upon the surface that you're analyzing in coming at your conclusions?
Well, in looking at bloodstains, all of them, you should consider the target surface, that is the surface receiving the blood, and how it might alter a bloodstain. And again, it goes back to things like the volume of blood in the cast-off. Even something that might be absorbent, like denim, if it's a very small volume, then it may not be enough blood to really be disrupted when it strikes that surface. It really depends on several factors.
Okay.
I think there was another portion to your question, but I've forgotten.
Well, I think the actual question was in making your conclusions as to some of the things that you said today, whether it's a circular stain, whether it's a elliptical stain, I think you talk about, or if it's a transfer stain. Would the surface have an effect on each of those different possible patterns? Or
Yes.
how you identify them?
Target surface is an important consideration with any bloodstain pattern. How will this particular surface affect the blood as it's transferring from a fluid to a drying stain on the surface? So surface is important. In terms of linear, we're looking for not just on a flat surface, but linear distributions can be identified on contoured surfaces or a solid surface versus an absorbent. In the context of the scene, you may or may not be able to make that determination.
Now, you referenced a DLI report in your direct testimony. It was a private lab that the Commonwealth hired to do an examination. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I remember some of the reports were DLI.
Okay, well, there was only one, and the one was relating to the DNA that was being sought inside Joe's zipper in his button of his pants. Remember that?
I don't recall it being inside the zipper. It was identified to me that some sample in the area of the button in that area was in fact sampled, and that they did find DNA profiles.
Okay, and did you read that report?
I think I did.
Okay, isn't it true that the request for the analysis was actually not blood stains? The request for the analysis was around the blood stains for contact or touch DNA. Do you remember that?
I don't recall anything in it that said specifically how it was sampled.
Okay, so, but what my question is you spoke about transfer stains to the Commonwealth when they asked the question. You spoke about inside the zipper where the button connects, all those sorts of things. And you spoke about blood transfer stains, didn't you?
I said on the backside of the buttonhole that I could see in the image transfer stains.
Okay.
I did not say what DNA was present in those transfer stains, just that there was a report in that area, and I think it was the button side as opposed to the buttonhole side.
But my question is, did you realize that the request for DNA was not for any blood stains? It was for touch DNA around that area that was described.
Judge, objection, facts not in evidence.
Overruled, if she can answer.
Did you realize that?
As I said, I wasn't a party to sampling. I don't know exactly how the sampling was done.
Okay. Well, I guess my question then is, how did it just automatically talk about transfers in that area when that wasn't part of any sort of scientific testing done by the Commonwealth of Virginia or their hired DNA person?
Judge, I'm sorry, I have to object. He is mischaracterizing what is in the certificate of laboratory
Legal
analysis.
objection, Ms. Ames.
Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I testified that I saw stains, particularly on the backside of the buttonhole,
Okay.
and looking at those stains, identified that as transfer stains.
And despite the fact that the DNA lab didn't deal with stains at all, was that something that you dealt with the Commonwealth in preparation? Is that why you talked about stains?
I identified the stains because I looked at the picture and I saw the stains and I said what I saw. That
Okay.
is a separate issue from any testing that may have been done for DNA in that area.
Now, we looked at the hip stain that you identified previously, and you were testifying. It was on his Joe Ryan's hip. You testified that there was there were like fingers that were going down because you could conclude that the flow was going down toward the ground where the picture was, correct?
No, I said there was a blood stain on his left hip, and there was a satellite, what appeared to be satellite with a little bit of flow from that, and that direction of those flows was towards the floor, or in terms of the body relative to his body was front to back. I did not say that that was a contact, and certainly did not say it was from fingers.
Now, did you review any evidence that informed you as to what Joe Ryan's movement was before blood was on him?
There's no way looking objectively at the evidence for me to determine what he was doing before there was any bloodshed.
Okay. If the evidence was that after he was shot, he started getting up again, so we would have blood, and he was starting to get up from his position on the floor, would that be something that you would want to consider in making some sort of a conclusion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Any statement about what he may or may not have done would not have any bearing on looking at the bloodstains and looking at what I could determine, any actions I could determine based on those bloodstain patterns.
So when you're receiving this case, you're not talking about what the homicide detectives in this case would have already found at the time that you started working with them.
I don't know what the homicide investigators themselves found or thought they had found. I was presented the documentation and I analyzed that documentation.
Okay.
And I don't recall ever having a discussion with any of the homicide investigators about what they thought they had found.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me. It says here that you were provided the chief medical examiner's reports, correct?
Yes,
You were provided a DNA map from Detective Terry Leach, correct?
yes.
You were provided a blood location map from Terry Leach, correct?
A blood location map? I don't recall that.
Okay, well, if it was in your report that you wrote and it says that you received that, would you feel like that was reliable?
It's his opinion. It doesn't have a bearing on what I do. I look at the documentation separately from any of opinions that he may have formed.
Okay, and so it looks as though you were provided 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You were provided 10 certificates of analysis from the Department of Forensic Science, including the DLI case of June 1st, 2023. I'm sorry. You were provided 15 certificates of analysis, including DLI, who was a private lab, and Bodie, who was a private lab. You received those, correct?
Because I would have to refer to my report, but I listed everything I received.
Okay.
That doesn't mean everything I listed had a bearing on my analysis, simply that I had received it.
Okay, and I'm actually reading from that portion of your report, so I'm not trying to trick you and do anything like that. It says you have images of Juliana Perez Magalhaes, 31 images.
Okay.
You have images of Brendan Banfield, 180 images. Does that sound right?
There were a number of images. I don't recall the
Okay.
exact number. I have to refer to my report.
I'll go through them quickly because I know you can't just in the moment. 137 images of Christine Banfield, 177 images of Joe Ryan. You have 1,326 scene images. You have evidence examination images, 1951. Evidence images, 308. X-rays of Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan, correct? You have,
If you're reading the list, then yes, that would be correct.
okay. You have 40 Axon body cams from the police department, 37 fleet cams, Axon interview cams. Now, that's what I'm asking about. The Axon interview cams, those would be interviews relating to this investigation and the evidence that was being compiled as they went on, right?
There were some interview cams of interviews that, when they were done by some detective to some interviewee, and yes, I looked at those.
Okay, and those interview cams, if they contain the factual predicate that I said to you sometime earlier, that Joe Ryan had gotten up from his position on the floor before he was shot by Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Would that change your position with regard to what you described on the hip if he was in an upright position versus laying down as he was in the picture?
No, the blood stain is what it is. I simply described what it is and what that tells me about this small portion of the scene. Any statements that anyone makes, I do not take as being factual.
Okay.
That's
And so-
subjective as opposed to objective evidence.
Thank you. And so going along with what you said, the pictures of Joe Ryan laying on the bed and you, the dog bed where the saturation stain was, you recall it?
There was a saturation on the dog bed, especially to his left and onto the carpet.
Okay. And so you ended up drawing flow patterns that were going down his neck, right?
I
You remember?
looked at those and I showed where those were to focus the attention on them.
Okay, and that was for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so let's just go through some of those flow patterns. So when the flow patterns are coming straight down off of his chin, down his neck, that would suggest to you that he was upright?
not necessarily. He could be laying on his back and have flow,
Okay.
depending on the position of his head, if it's to the right, to the left, or straight up.
And we're talking about a head wound to the right-hand side, right?
Yes,
Okay, and we're talking about flow patterns that would go down, and then there were some that went down and down the jawline, correct?
there was
You remember?
some that were kind of downward from the left side, then there were some from the left traveling over towards the right, and there were some from the right that went what looked to be pretty much straight up and down if you took the body and oriented in the anatomic position.
Okay, and so those flow patterns that you drew for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were to show different possibilities or different, different positions, I guess, that blood would have been coming down his face?
We're simply showing what's there. This is what the flows were, and the fact that they're in different directions indicated that there was movement.
Okay, so anything on the right-hand side, would the shot through his temple and the blood and everything that came from that, would that cover what happens on the right-hand side?
If his head was upright at the time, then blood could flow from the wound down, pretty much straight down. That's one possibility.
And I know you reviewed the medical examiner's report. Did you see the portion where she opined that there was aspiration of blood? There'd been blood going down into his throat?
I would expect that there would be, and looking at the blood stains on his face, there are some stains, especially just around the lips, that look like they could be aspirated, and I'm sorry, expirated.
Expirate, yes.
That means that anytime that there's fluid, blood, and air is forced through that, such as blood in the throat, and he's trying to exhale, then that produces little bubbles, if you will, coming up, and then they fall back in. If he's on his back, they'd fall back in the same position, and you see this little kind of sort of pockmarked looks in the blood, and that's one way of looking at expirated blood.
But that could be another another source of blood for what you drew down his neck, correct?
Well,
Is it possible?
I wouldn't expect for expirated blood, as in just exhaling through blood, to have enough volume that you would have flow from that.
So you're saying that that's not possible?
I said I would not expect there to be enough volume in an expirated
Okay.
blood stain that you would actually have
Okay,
in a situation where if you're talking about someone who's basically not active at that point.
okay, well, and okay. So are you saying it's not possible that any of those lines that went down his neck would not have been from aspiration blood? Are you saying it's not possible?
I would say that I would not expect expirated blood to have the flow, to present that kind of flow, especially when we look at where it's coming from the side. And I really wouldn't expect that much volume if he's laying on his back and expirating through the blood, that you have enough volume to flow down his chin.
And if he was not laying on his back, would that change your expectation is the way you want to answer it?
If he's, say, upright, then I would expect expirated blood to be going away from his face as opposed to coming back to his face.
Okay.
So I really would not expect that.
So when I ask the question, is it possible? You answer, I wouldn't expect to see it. But can you answer my question? Is it possible that expirated blood came out of his mouth down on any of those, depending on how the head was facing?
I think if blood is coming from his mouth, in a situation where you could have expirated blood, then there could be a volume of blood in the mouth, and that volume of blood could overflow and produce flow, say, down his chin.
Okay, so it's possible.
It's possible for blood
Okay, that's
to
what I
come from the
wanted to get
mouth.
to.
It's
Thank
not
you.
expirated, but it is possible for it to come from the mouth.
Your Honor, I'm going to X out of this.
All right.
Were you able to see a picture on your screen?
It's just your screensaver.
Okay, sorry. Let me see if I can change that. Ma'am, can you see those two pictures side by side?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize those pictures?
yes,
Okay, in the picture on the right, we've taken a look at in a different form, the Commonwealth's version. And in those droplets, you've described them as droplets of blood in a linear-like pattern.
in a linear distribution.
Linear distribution, thank you. And then, do you recognize the other picture?
Yes,
And that's also a portion of a picture that you've already looked at.
yes,
Now, the one, I guess, droplet in the left picture, you've described as airborne, correct?
yes,
But the droplets that you have on the right side, and Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 83.
83, you're not going alphabet anymore?
This is a different,
Okay, 83. Okay.
I think, because we were at 82.
No, we were at 80, A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
I'm just putting this out there. I hear typing. It is not me. So, replay crew, do not come at me in the comments. I am not typing. I am saying. That is the court reporter or clerk or whoever. Do not come at me.
this would be 81.
This is 81. Okay, no 80. All right.
Ma'am, the picture on the right side, you say that these are droplets in a linear, and you just said it,
distribution.
distribution, thank you. But the droplet that in the left one is airborne distribution, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, the one on the left is not a distribution, it is a stain.
Okay, so it's an airborne stain.
All
Correct.
of those you're talking about are airborne, whether they're droplets on the, as we look at on the picture on the right, or the picture on the left, airborne in that the droplet traveled through air, even if that travel is downward.
So they're all airborne droplets.
Those are, yes.
Okay, and so there's no distinction between the droplet portions on either picture in your mind?
Well, in terms of defining whether or not they're all airborne. That is, the droplets travel through air, even if that travel was straight down.
Now, the other part of the picture on the right was, I think you had testified, actually, strike that. I'll just leave that as that.
I don't know why people complain. Don't even look like I'm typing on the keyboard.
Your Honor, court's indulgence for one moment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
come at me in the comments for the dumbest things. Chewing gum, yelling at my dogs. Don't watch me then. There are other channels. Find a new one if you don't like me.
Your Honor, you can take that picture down. No further questions.
All right, regret.
George Penn?
I'm just trying to head him off at the passes.
Judge, if we can display what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 222, I believe, under seal.
222 is not under seal.
Judge, it probably, okay, that's fine.
It was in or not under seal, 222.
That's fine. Ms. Telegraph, hi. So let's kind of go in reverse here. Where he left off was with what you see on your screen. Let me make it big so we're looking at just that. Mr. Carroll was drawing your attention to this droplet here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was comparing it to then the droplets that we see on Mr. Ryan's arm. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and I think perhaps there was just a little bit of confusion talking about blood in flight, blood in the air. When we looked at 222, the picture and the portion of the picture that you were drawing our attention to referencing flow, gravity, and the position of the body is this lower stain on his hip. Is that correct?
It's the one that shows any type of a flow associated with it is the one that's on the lateral side or the side of the outside side of his left hip.
I don't know, Marty. I should.
And it's that particular stain clearly is larger than the stains that we were just talking about airborne could be falling,
Okay.
from above. So
Do you believe that the stain that we see to the left on Mr. Ryan's hip is part of the pattern that leads us then to the droplet of blood that we see on the right?
I don't see that as forming a pattern.
Okay. Do you believe that they happened at the same time?
Well, a pattern, if I could define my
Please.
term, a pattern is a group of stains that are related to each other that happen from a single mechanism, a single incident. These are different mechanisms to produce this, and therefore it's not the same. Whether or not they're simultaneous in time is a different issue.
Okay. So then let's talk about the mechanism. Were these droplets produced by the same mechanism?
But depends on which droplets that you're talking
Sorry,
about.
let me be clear. The droplets that we see to the right of our screen on his abdomen, were they produced by the same mechanism as the...
There have been several troll comments while you were gone, Jill. One was about me chewing gum, how it was low class. One was about my volume, how the court was too low, and then my screeching voice when I yelled at my animals made their ears bleed. What was the other one? Oh, the typing. Somebody got mad at me for typing. I don't type. I mean, I type, but I don't type while we're watching court. It had to be the court reporter, and I, for the life of me, couldn't figure out what they were talking about because they didn't use the word type. I forgot exactly how they worded it. And then So then later I went back and I said, "Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think that's the court reporter." And, if they're so touchy, and then I never see these people again. I don't know if they're still around, you know, lurking replay crew or what. But if they're going to be that touchy over stuff like that, then I don't care if it runs them off, because who knows what they would do if I said something that they didn't agree with. If stuff like that bothers them, I'm not that bothered. I just was heading them off before I got comments because I heard the typing and it was bugging me. Hey, Haley. I don't know, but one person was like, "It's low class to talk with gum in your mouth." And so then I said, "Well, okay, this is the comment I just got." And I read it and I'm like, you know, um, you guys are my member. So if it bothers you, I'll stop. And I kind of got out of the habit of doing it. I still do it every once in a while, but not like I was back then, because I was trying to do it to keep me from eating so much. And it worked. And I don't eat all the time anymore. So I don't chew gum as much. But I said, if you guys are my members, you're here all the time. If it bothers you, I'll stop. And all you guys were like, "No, don't you dare. Don't listen to them. It's fine." But I don't really, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't make me mad. It's just like, this is one of my pet peeves. I hate it when someone goes onto someone else's channel and starts telling them about things they don't like about their channel. It's their channel. They can do whatever they want. It belongs to them. They are the creator. It's rude. It's like if you go in somebody's house and say, "Oh, I don't like that painting on your wall. I'm going to take it down. You should take that painting down. It's ugly." No, it's my painting. It's on my wall. What? It's not your business. Yeah, exactly. So that's my problem with it. That's like my pet peeve. Don't tell me what to do in my house. So that's all. And I just heard the typing and it was annoying me. So I figured it would annoy somebody else. So yeah, yeah. And one person, the one that told me I made their ears bleed, she said OMFG. Now, I say "oh my God" and OMG all the time, but when she put the F in there, I was like, number one, do not take my Lord's name in vain like that. Because when you add the F, it ticks me off. And then I said, secondly, do you really think I am going to do any changes to accommodate you? I don't know exactly what words I use, but if you tell me I'm making your ears bleed, I mean, like, I don't know exactly how I worded it, but, and then I think I went back and I just deleted all of the person's comments, because then after the rude comment, they started commenting on the trial, like trying, to make a productive conversation about the trial they were watching. I was like, really? You think I'm going to have a discourse with you after you just insulted me? And then she said something about, "Oh, I don't think you understood such and such." And I don't remember what it was. And I said, or no, "I think you were confused." And I was like, "I wasn't confused about anything. I don't know what you're talking about." And then she posted again and like a timestamp from the video, and I just ignored it. I'm like, I don't want to deal with you anymore. You told me I made your ears bleed. So, yeah, there's plenty of other places to watch these trials, and the older trials, I'm getting them off Court TV's website. If they really want to watch them that bad, they can go to Court TV's website and watch them just like I am. So, yeah, I guess that's what I'm going to do from now on is just ignore, because like I said, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not hurt. I'm not mad. I'm not worried about somebody not shut up, Marty. I'm not worried about losing one person's subscription, whatever. All that happened today, and Marty's the one that decided to start messing with me about it, was that I heard the keyboard and it annoyed me. So all I wanted to say was, it's not me. Look, I have my hands full of yarn. It's not me. And Marty was the one. See, now I'm mad at Marty.
Area of blood, the stain that we see on his hip with the flow lines coming from it down towards the floor.
They don't appear to be the same mechanism.
Okay, thank you. So back at the beginning, Mr. Carroll asked you about your report, and we started with the knife. Let me ask you, do you recall when did you produce your report to Fairfax County Police?
I don't remember the date of the report. It's been some time ago.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you have any documents with you that would refresh your recollection?
No, I do not.
Did you leave it back here?
I do have a digital copy back there.
If you refreshed your recollection with the digital copy, would that enable you to answer the question about when the report was produced?
Yes?
Your Honor, if I may retrieve her
Sure,
digital
that's fine.
copy. Thank you. If I may, thank you. All right, when did you produce your report for the Fairfax County Police Department?
Report date August 21, 2024.
All right, thank you. And you did not examine the knife. You said it was not part of your analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, why not?
Because in the body cam video, there were multiple places that showed where the knife was altered, if you will, by officers in the scene. That is, officers coming in, walking in the area where the knife was. You see the knife in one orientation, then another orientation. It gets flipped over, it gets pressed down. So based on that, anything that's on the knife could have been transferred from the floor to the knife. There's also bedding, fabric that's on the floor, part of which has saturations to it. So that could have transferred from that to the knife. So there were so many alterations that could be seen in the body cam that would confuse anything that we get from the knife. So we don't know if, say, the bloodstains on the knife were there before officers arrived, or if it happened as a consequence of the knife being moved as the officers are coming in and with their footwear, hitting it, pushing it, stepping on it, and so forth.
All right. At the same time, Mr. Carroll asked you about swabbing the gun, and you indicated that you did not observe any samples taken from the gun. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not a party to the sampling itself.
All right. But you did receive DNA results from testing performed on the sheet underneath where the gun was resting when police entered the room. Is that correct?
If I may refer.
Yes, it's fine.
Well, sorry, it doesn't list it as far as, the items are not listed with the name of the report, and I don't think I included in my report anything about that particular stain. I didn't see the stain. I didn't see it in the body cam and the still images in the scene, and I don't recall getting pictures of the sheet itself where someone else looked at that. So that wouldn't be, I'm not going to analyze something I didn't actually look at.
Sure, understood. But you did receive the certificate of laboratory analysis indicating that that sheet was tested.
I remember being aware that there was testing based on a pattern that someone else saw in the evidence examination outside the scene.
Okay, and that certificate of analysis was reflective of the results of testing the sheet from the gun's first position on body-worn camera. Is that correct?
Well, again, I only know that from things I've heard said. I didn't see the pattern on the sheet,
Sure.
so I didn't make an analysis of pattern because I didn't have it to look at. If someone else did that, and which
I
I
love
was told that
Tom
they did, and that
McDonald.
they had submitted something for analysis, okay.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you, though, about would you have preferred to have the gun tested? You indicated sure, all things being equal. But is there any reason why a test result on the gun would have been unreliable?
Well, again, I can't evaluate something I didn't look at. So one possibility is that looking at the condition of the gun as it's laying on the sheet, it is covered on the one side. If then it's had the same stain pattern on the opposite side, then it certainly could have transferred blood from the side of the gun to the sheet, and then it would be reliable to say it come from that. But not having looked at that pattern myself, I really can't say. There could be other transfers, assuming it was a transfer, and I don't know because I didn't see that pattern.
Sure. I guess what I'm asking is you testified that you observed the gun being moved from that location. Is that correct?
I observed it being moved twice by officers in the scene.
So if testing had occurred after those movements, is there any reason to think it might not have been reliable?
I have nothing to base an opinion on.
Okay. All right. So you also were asked if it was possible that the blood on the gun had come from the stain on the floor. And you answered that yes, that was a possibility, correct?
Looking at the side of the gun as it's laying on the mattress, it's consistent with a transfer front to back on the gun, fully that side of the gun. And one possibility for that is.
Okay, I know you guys have been commenting on this, and I know I'm late to the party, but did she get permission to dress like that in court? I don't know why, I'm just now realizing. And so her pants are just as casual, I'm guessing? Because didn't someone say they look like pajama pants? Why isn't she in at least a pantsuit? I can understand not liking dresses, but she looks like she's about to go jogging or something.
That it was in fact on a saturation stain, or it possibly could have been a blood pool or some other transfer, because it appears to be a transfer pattern on the full side of the gun.
Is it possible that that transfer pattern was created by a bloody hand?
I didn't see anything that in the pattern that would tell me it was a bloody hand, unless it's a hand in motion, and it really I didn't see.
Yes, that was so funny too, because the troll came in and said, effing terrorists. And Judy banned them, and then she texts me and she says, I hated to do that. Why? That's exactly why you do that. For people like that. You did the exact right thing. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how sweet Judy is. She felt bad blocking the troll.
These striations that I could identify motion. So I don't know if bloody hand contacting the gun would be right or not. If it's a transfer just from holding a gun in a normal position, I wouldn't expect it to have all along the full length front to back. As long as you're holding it in the normal position, I would expect a bloody hand to transfer blood around the grips and possibly a portion of the slide, especially directly above, or I'm sorry, below the trigger or just above the trigger guard. That's normally what we see in bloody hands handling a gun. In this case, it looks like a transfer full front to back length. That looks a little bit more like a broader surface, like on a saturation stain or in a blood pool. But other than that, I don't have enough information to make any further determination.
Okay, thank you. If we go back for a moment, Mr. Carroll asked you about the injury on Mr. Ryan's thumb and whether or not it was consistent with injuries sustained by someone who's using a knife. You explained what did the injuries look like from slippage on a knife?
Typically, if you're looking at a knife slipping, a person wielding a knife, especially repeated blows, without a hilt on the knife, then their hand may slip down, usually down the blade, and they could get a cutting injury themselves. That's not an uncommon thing in multiple stabbing situation.
In your review of Mr. Ryan's autopsy, did you see any such wounds?
No.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you about testing the blood saturation stains on the carpet in front of the dresser and the stain closest to the foot of the bed. You indicated that there was no reason to test the stain in front of the drawers because we know the source. Can you elaborate? Who was the source?
Well, I would say the source would be Christine Banfield, because when officers come in, where you see that saturation in front of the chest of drawers is where her upper body was. And we could see that Mr. Banfield had his hands on her neck when the officers first came. They immediately have him move and take over, trying to assist, and therefore knowing from the autopsy what type of wound that is and everything, then that it would be predictable that a saturation would be in that area. So when you see that, finding any other DNA profile in there would be difficult to explain in terms of the scene. Traces of someone else might be there, but the blood itself, we can see the source.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll asked you, after demonstrating with his hands a particular movement, whether or not cast off, like that found on the walls, like that found on Mr. Banfield's pants, could have been created by the handshaking motion that he demonstrated. You indicated, what, was that a possibility?
Okay, one, I did not identify a cast off on the wall. There were some elliptical stains, just separate from anything else. I can't really categorize that other than there's some elliptical stains. Cast off can be from any blood-bearing surface that's in motion, such that blood comes off of it, where there is a single point, a point of a finger, the point of a knife, any other object that has wet blood on it that's in motion, that blood comes off. If it's flicking of the hands, and if they have bloody fingers, then I would expect to see probably multiple lines that would show that it came off of something of a continuous space. So lines from each one that's more than one point. But it's any object in motion. So even identifying cast off doesn't tell you what created the cast off. Sometimes in a scene context, it could be narrowed down to one object, but many times you have to say, okay, it could be this or it could be that. There could be multiple items.
Judge, if we can pull down the photo for just a moment. And if we can look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 185. And if I can have that displayed, please.
I don't have a 185.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a 185.
Okay.
I,
If I can have the court's indulgence for just a moment.
all right.
$186.
I have a 186, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Telegraph, is this cast-off pattern consistent with someone's hands shaking away from their body?
Well, it's consistent with, well, for one, it's not just one pattern. There are multiple lines there, and some object, blood-bearing object, in motion so that blood comes off.
All
That's,
right. Could that object have been a knife?
I can't exclude a knife if there's a blood-bearing surface of the knife and the knife is in motion. That's one possibility.
Mr. Carroll asked you if there had been evidence
I have hazel eyes.
that after Mr. Ryan was shot, he had started to get up. Would that have had bearing on your analysis? And do you recall your answer?
Yes.
And they change color. I have an ex-boyfriend that would fight with me because when I get angry, they turn green. And He'd start a fight with me, and then in the middle of the fight, he would stop and say, "Your eyes are that pretty color green that I like." That's one of the reasons he's an ex-boyfriend.
As I said, I only look at the objective evidence. So if I had seen that evidence, it would be described in my report. So it's not based on any statement that anybody made.
All right, and so that objective evidence was not provided to you, is that correct?
Well, the bloodstains are what they are. And if I don't see a bloodstain that specifically shows me that he was upright, then I can't say that he was upright.
Based on your review of all of the evidence, could Mr. Ryan have gotten
Mine
help after he was
too.
shot?
Imagine
Objection.
that.
I mean, this is
If you want
going
to
to.
approach.
If we weren't, 10 years apart, I would swear we were separated at birth.
So could Mr. Ryan, after receiving the shot to his chest, and Judge, I'd like to share Commonwealth's 241, previously admitted, under seal, could he have put his hands in that position?
This is it's not exactly a yes or no question,
All right,
because could a person fall back with their hands on their chest? That's a possibility. Could they do that and have all the other bloodstains where they are? That doesn't work together.
that does not work together?
Well, he has to some way have all this blood on his face and be in a different position so that you get blood on the left side of his face, not just the right side. And now he's laying here. So the answer is I don't see how with both of those together. I mean, there's a sequencing issue then, especially if we determine that the headshot was in fact the first and then the chest shot. So
Can you explain, I'm sorry, you said there's a sequencing issue. What is that sequencing issue?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
To understand your testimony,
The sequencing issue.
if he had fallen like that, his hands could be in that position, is that correct?
his hands by themselves could possibly, I can't say that I've ever seen one fall quite like this, but could possibly, if he already had his hands kind of in front of him, it could fall back and they just fall into that position.
But knowing his injuries following the second gunshot wound, could he have intentionally placed his hands in that position?
Once again, Judge, I'm going to object.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, that's fine. I think we've gotten there. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Judge, just for the moment.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, okay? All right, you can have a seat outside. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3:30. Again, do not discuss case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, we have called Gary Benson.
Gary Benson.
Stand your face, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on the penalty of law.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell it for the court record?
Yes, it's Gary Benson. It's Garybенson.
Mr. Benson, are you the father of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I am.
Who was Christine Banfield married to?
Brendan.
Do you recall when they were married?
Yes, they were married in June 12th of 2010.
Okay. Did they have a daughter?
Yes, her name is Valerie Ava.
All right. And when was Valerie born? Do you recall that day?
March 30th, 2018.
Thank you. Were you present for her birth?
Absolutely.
All right. Where did that occur?
It happened at the hospital in New York, Good Samaritan Hospital.
All right. Remembering Christine's childhood, did you observe any medical symptoms that gave you concern?
Yes, several bruising, bloody noses.
Were they more than the average child's
Yes,
experience?
yeah, it was a concern to a pediatrician as well.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object about medical testimony.
Marty, you've been married twice and you haven't figured out when women get together, everybody's fashion is on trial. Always.
Objecting to medical testimony.
Your Honor, at this point in time, he hasn't testified to medical
Okay, I'll
information.
overrule objection at this point.
Thank you. Tell me about the nosebleeds. What
They
did you
were,
observe?
they were frequent and very hard to stop. So the doctor was why we brought it to the doctor to go over that reasoning.
All right. Did you have to do anything to help her with these nosebleeds and bruising?
Well, yeah, we would do normal, put ice packs on the back of her head, keep her elevated so that, until it stopped, which was prolonged. Took quite a long time for them to stop.
And after these experiences, did you seek help of a medical professional?
Did she have leukemia?
Yes, we took her back to the pediatrician who suggested that she be tested by a.
Without telling us what the pediatrician told you,
Oh, you just asked me what I did. I'm
I
sorry.
understand. So let me ask you
Okay.
that question. What did you do?
We took her to the doctor.
Okay. Did you take her to just one doctor?
No,
Okay. How many doctors did you take her to?
my recollection too.
All right. And after taking her to these doctors, did you form an understanding of why Christine bruised easily and her nosebleeds were difficult to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's informed by the medical professor.
All right.
We should have here. If we're gonna-
Okay, I'll sustain the objection unless you have a
Yeah,
different.
Judge, if the
foundation.
objection is hearsay, there's an exception. If the objection is foundation, we can go farther into how he formed his understanding.
What's your exception to hearsay?
Sure, Judge.
If you want to approach.
So, Judge,
You can approach. please.
That sounds like hemophilia or leukemia. Not that I'm diagnosing, but I'm a former peds nurse, so just saying. And it could be other stuff too, but those are the first two that comes to mind. If I had a patient with those symptoms, I would say you need to go to a doctor and get those ruled out. Does she have it? Or are you just speculating like I am?
as a result of Christine's easy bruising and nosebleeds, did she need to take any precautions?
Did she take any precautions? Well, as a parent, we took precautions to safeguard when she rode a bike. She had to wear a helmet, knee pads, hand pads. Same thing with rollerblading. She was one that when she was little, she liked to do all that stuff, but we restricted her from doing that because of all the injuries that she was getting like that. And that continued for quite some time, keeping a close eye on her.
Did you provide her with any medication to take?
She didn't take anything on a regular basis. There was no medication for it at the time to take on like a maintenance drug or anything like that.
I'm sorry, there was not a maintenance drug
There was no maintenance drug for what was the cause of everything.
when she was little, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was there a treatment drug?
there was a treatment for the blood disorder, yes.
And did she receive that drug from you?
Not from me, only it was administered by a doctor.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she continue to have these issues as an adult?
Yes.
And what, if any, precautions did she have to take as an adult?
Well, she always had to be cautious and not take any contact sports, anything that would prolong any kind of injury, internal or excessive bleeding would cause a problem.
When she was pregnant and due to give birth to Valerie, were you present with her
Yes.
when decisions were made
I'm
about?
sorry, I'm going to object as to the medical care aspect of this because I think we're getting into medical care.
I don't know if we are not. I'll overrule it at this point.
When she was preparing for her delivery,
Yes,
were there any precautions that she took for that event?
yes, she had to take medication.
And again, you were present during the delivery, is that correct?
I was in the hospital at the time, yes.
All right. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cross-examination?
One more.
Sure, yes, sir.
Well, hang on, I'm tangled up in yarn, Spike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. Christine, as an adult.
Can you speak up a little bit more?
Thank you. Christine, as an adult, would play kickball and volleyball, correct?
To my knowledge, she did play sports.
Okay.
Non-contact sports, yeah.
Did she take any precautions like wearing helmets or anything like that, like when she was younger? And those
When she
sports?
was younger, she did. I don't know what she did as an adult when she didn't live with us.
Okay, so you weren't certain of her as an adult. How long had it been since she'd lived with you?
When she graduated college, she moved out on her own.
Okay, and so probably 15 years?
Thereabouts.
Okay, and during that time, were you aware of her like competing in obstacle course type things called a mud run?
No, I'm not familiar with
Did you
it.
ever hear about it?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Okay, it's kind of like a obstacle course where you're jumping over fences and,
Judge, counsel's testifying objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
so you haven't heard about her doing any of those sorts of things, correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Or one more.
Sure.
What?
All right, no further questions, redirect?
Just one redirect. Mr. Benson, you were able to testify that precautions were taken at the time of Valerie's birth. Was Mr. Banfield present at Valerie's birth?
Yes, he was in the room with her.
How is that redirect?
How is that redirect? I'll
It's just fine.
sustain the objection.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions?
No. thank you.
All right, Mr. Benson, you can have a seat in the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Benson. All right, next witness for the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth rest at this time.
All right, the Commonwealth rests.
Without asking, Counselor, if I can take that back for just a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry. Judge Commonwealth rest.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few housekeeping matters I have to take care of with the attorneys at this point, and that, based on the water issue, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and go home a little early today, okay? So please do not look at any of the media, do not discuss case with anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you early in the morning, okay? We'll continue on with the defendant's case, okay? Thank you. All right, yes, sir, your motion?
Yes, thank you.
I know, I can smell it, I'll find it, clean it up, put it down and quit barking at me. Yesterday.
Your Honor, this comes on our motion to strike.
Be
You
bad.
currently have before you a 5-count indictment that was returned on September 16th, 2024. The makeup of the indictment was designed to cover a whole series of circumstances. The 5th count was use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. In addition, there were 2 additional indictments relating to child abuse and child neglect that were then sought through direct indictment again in December. I'm moving to strike all of those charges. What we have up to this point in terms of evidence, Judge, we haven't heard a single word from a single detective that was involved in the homicide division. We haven't heard any sort of credible evidence relating to what was espoused as a theory of catfishing for years now and had been working toward that. In fact, you have the only person that has even suggested anything, and this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that story has changed, is Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She's now testifying to what appears to be intended to fit right into whatever the Commonwealth's theory was regarding that, but doesn't even make it that far. She can't answer any questions with any sort of detail. In fact, without the absolute direct and oftentimes leading questions related to the Commonwealth, she wasn't able to answer a single thing. We went through in painstaking detail the numerous messages that at one point she might have said something about, but now she doesn't remember. In fact, I'm not sure her testimony is worthy of consideration because she got to the point when I would ask questions, she would say, if you keep asking questions like that, I'm just going to tell you I don't know. And that happened numerous times, despite the fact that we patiently went through the evidence that we needed to go through in order to test and challenge her story. That story doesn't amount to, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, something that's sufficient in order for these charges to go ahead. The charges themselves are an interesting and I'll paraphrase essentially what needs to be shown, is that my client killed Joe Ryan after killing Christine Banfield. And the alternative, my client killed Christine Banfield after killing Joe Ryan. Then the next set of charges, which at least scream out that they're just a catch-all, is that my client killed Joe Ryan and within 3 years killed Christine Banfield. My client killed Christine Banfield and within 3 years killed Joe Ryan. We don't have any sense of what happened on that day, even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. There's no indication of who was killed and then who else was killed. There's no evidence to support that even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, under that statutory or that indictment scheme that was presented by the Commonwealth's office. As to catfishing, there's no indication, and there's certainly no evidence that would be credible toward that. And the Commonwealth committed during my motion for bill of particulars in September that was the theory that they were going on. Obviously, that doesn't appear the case because there's just not sufficient evidence. So we move on then to the evidence of Ms. Graff and the testimony. She tried desperately to paint a picture. Crime scene reconstruction, though it may be available all around the world, is not available in Virginia. And one of the reasons why this testimony has probably not met where the Commonwealth needs it to meet is that there's no indication as to timing. And those 4 indictments are all about timing. And so this isn't something that, hey, if they get close with their evidence, this is about in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, they have to have a prima facie evidence as to each individual indictment. And the way it currently sits now with no timing evidence, with no actual confirmational evidence, first regarding that whether or not Christine Banfield, which is the threshold that they have to have shown at this point, is that she somehow abandoned her devices and this scheme came into place, which we've heard about for a year from various motions and various pleadings. And so this is the time when you're in a situation where you have not heard from a single homicide detective, though there were at least 12 in place at the time. You haven't heard a single thing from any of the command staff about this investigation. You haven't heard anything from the people that were doing this investigation except for Detective Leach. And Detective Leach has a specific purpose in this, and this is to introduce the items of evidence that he took photos of and the items of evidence that he sent away to the lab. There's nothing in any of the lab analysis that's been said that would implicate my client. And in fact, in listening to all of the evidence, it appears the testimony, the identification of any blood, if it was even done, would show that Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. This, Judge, is not surprising given the horrific situation that was there, but it was a situation not of my client's making and was not something that he did. And so, Your Honor, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. And I believe that there's an obligation when you have someone who has changed their story so many times on the part of the prosecuting authority to take that into consideration. But let alone those issues, which will be taken up, I guess, at a later time, we have these indictments, and those indictments are the indictments that they chose to seek. They're the indictments that they had to work toward in order to be able to present the prima facie case, or in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I'd respectfully suggest that they've missed their target. There's not sufficient evidence, and I'd ask that you strike the five count indictment and even less evidence regarding what was indicted later on, which are the child-related charges. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
If there is anything specifically the court would ask the Commonwealth to address, if not, I would simply point to the court that in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence has been presented that Mr. Banfield shot and killed Joseph Ryan, that he stabbed his wife, Christine, that all of that was done while his 4-year-old child was left in the basement, unattended in a home where weapons were not only present, but were in use, that the event in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth was in fact staged by the defendant in conjunction with the assistance of his nanny, and that at this point, I believe the evidence is sufficient to meet the standard before the court.
All right, thank you. Anything further, your motion, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And the fact is, this case, just for the record, there's two different numbered indictments. The indictment 2024-666 are the indictments with the 4 counts of aggravated murder and a use of a firearm. As far as the 4 counts of aggravated murder, 2 of the counts are under Virginia Code 18.231 subsection 7, and 2 of the counts are under 18.231 subsection 8. As to the evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I do find that there is evidence that can be considered by the jury for each of the elements of aggravated murder as they are outlined in the indictments, count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4 of 2024-666. That's based on the co-defendant's testimony, crime scene testimony, blood evidence testimony, and DNA evidence testimony at this time for those 4 counts. And as shown in Virginia, the Commonwealth can indict a defendant under subsection 7 and subsection 8 for the same murders when each of them constitute murders occurred as part of the same act or transaction, or in a 3-year period. So they don't have to choose at this point during the guilt or not guilty phase as to those 4 indictments. As to count 5, the firearm, there is evidence to go forward that the defendant did use a firearm in the commission of these acts. As far as indictments under 2024-873, count 1, child endangerment, and count 2, child abuse. In these matters in Virginia, it has been found that you can put children in situations that would constitute child endangerment and child abuse. In this case, we have evidence from the co-defendant's testimony that the child was brought into the house, brought into a crime scene. And the light most favorable to the Commonwealth would be that she was there during the occurrence of the events that had happened to her mother and to Joseph Ryan. And therefore, there is evidence for child endangerment and child abuse. And it's clear in the Virginia law that you can go under both the child endangerment and child abuse, and it's not double jeopardy because each statute requires proof of additional facts not found in the other. So that's 2 distinctive offenses. So based on that, and as far as the co-defendant's testimony, I cannot find as a matter of law that her testimony was incredible. The weight of the evidence is up to the fact finder, so I'll deny your motions at this time, okay? So we'll go forward tomorrow. Has anybody been discussing jury instructions with each other, or?
I don't think with each other, those we have ours prepared, and we can certainly exchange.
All right, if we could exchange those at some point in the next 24 hours and maybe talk about them. And if we'll see where tomorrow goes. You have at least 3 witnesses, correct?
I have,
Could you use the microphone? I'm sorry, I have trouble sometimes hearing.
I'll have a couple witnesses available beyond 3, so maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
I also have evidence to introduce, Judge.
Okay,
And so and this is good that we're talking about this, is I wanted to, at some point, when it's appropriate, to introduce the first 70 exhibits.
okay, and you have them in electronic
I've
format,
given it
just
to- I've
one
given it to
file
you.
each? Okay, perfect.
Um,
Okay,
And so, but I also will want, because they didn't see it as we were going through it, I want to be able to introduce them, have that a reasonable period for which they can read their sheets,
well, if there's not objections, I assume.
Yeah. Well, I guess as we go through objection, but
We're
that's
gonna
what
have to
my
go through
thought is,
objections.
which could take up some time.
So would you rather do that first before your first witness?
I'm thinking that.
Well, is there any objection first to him doing that before his first witness, going through all his evidence?
No,
And then we'll just go one at a time, and if you have objections, we can cover them at that point. Is that okay?
yes.
I mean, if you can get with it, if you agree upon some that are not objectionable, that's fine.
If council could provide them to us.
Yeah, could
that
you
would be
provide, I think I have, and let's just make sure for the record, for defense, I have, let's see, I have 1 through, oh gosh, 1 through 71, and that's all the letters and jail mail, 1 through 71. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth, and then I have 80, 80A, 80B, 80C, 80D is a delta, and then 81. That's what I have for the defense. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth tonight so they can review them, and then they can tell me tomorrow morning which ones they have objections to as we go through them, that would make it faster.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we do that?
Yes.
All right, and you can, and so you'll go through tomorrow and possibly the next day as well, correct? With your
Yes.
evidence?
Yeah, I do believe so. And
Okay.
possibly into next week.
And into next week. Okay, I just want to make sure I got it straight. But yeah, if you can start working on jury instructions, I'd appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for Mr. Carroll, if he knows the time that we might receive those files.
As
Can
soon
you
as
get,
I go back.
Okay.
as soon as we go back.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Judge, the only, thinking through the exchange
Yes.
of jury instructions.
Okay,
Certain instructions will be relevant based on what Mr. Carroll
I
presents.
understand. And if you, I
And
mean,
to
we
this
might have
point-
to add to the stack at some point, but if you
Are you
could maybe just get the bulk of the ones we know are going to be.
Yeah, we certainly
Okay.
have the charging instructions and
Okay.
all of the standard Commonwealth.
Are they going to be
instructions.
waterfall? I mean,
Yeah, I believe so,
okay,
Judge.
so yeah, so you got to get all those so we can get that taken care of. And maybe start thinking about a verdict form too, because it's going to be rather lengthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, anything you have, Mr. Carroll? All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, cows have been found to develop regional moo accents based on their environment, herd, and close relationships with farmers, leading to variations in their pitch and rhythm, according to the Humane League. Similar to human dialects, these distinct vocal patterns help strengthen social bonds within specific local groups. I hate learning stuff like that about my food. Okay, what day did we just watch? What day was that? Day 4? Was that day 4?
So force is applied to the blood.
Yeah,
We look at all the
day 4. Oh, duh, it's in the search bar up there, Debbie. Ugh. What day are they on now? How close are we to getting caught up? Where's Court TV day 5? Day 6, day 7, day 4. Bell, what do you want? Where is Court TV date? There it is. I lost my crochet hook. So today is day 9, and we're on day 5. Y'all. Oh my god.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Yes. Could you put your microphone on for me?
I have a motion.
Yes, your motion?
Your Honor, this is a motion to dismiss the trial pursuant to due process requirements of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. For the Commonwealth's knowing use of false testimony tainted the trial and must be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois. I have the cases, Judge, and I can submit those to you. I've given some to counsel. Unlike a motion to strike where we're talking about the sufficiency of the evidence, now the defense is making a motion to dismiss under NAPU versus Illinois. This is incumbent upon the moment that you realize what the violation is. And as of yesterday, when the Commonwealth closed, with no detectives, with no evidence relating to the digital forensics, with no evidence relating to the catfish, which has been what they've said all along, it was at that point when they rested that this became incumbent upon me to make this motion. Usually this motion is made in conjunction with a Brady request that's not complied with. It stands for the proposition that if the government knowingly uses false testimony, the trial is tainted, not just for credibility issues, and must be dismissed. In this case, and actually in NAPU, the government failed to correct the testimony of a witness co-defendant who stated he was given nothing in exchange for his testimony when the prosecutor knew he was to receive favorable treatment from the sentencing court. This knowing falsity was enough to taint the trial, requiring reversal. For this, a bit of background is required. In September, the Commonwealth gave me a list of probably 65 witnesses. That was the last filed witness list with, that was probably when Mr. Clayton was still on the case. There was no, pursuant to the discovery order, any witness list filed for the Commonwealth. It was only when I reached out that I was able to get a list of some names that they potentially might be using, of which Detective Miller, who's the digital forensic detective, was not on there, nor was Detective Bryant. In fact, there were very few police witnesses other than Detective Leach, who we did hear
Still
from.
going on about police
As the court notes,
witnesses?
You've had this case from the beginning. You've seen the battles for Brady material, which we know were violated because ultimately what came was concluded to be Brady.
Now he's
and
claiming
was
there's a Brady.
known to the Commonwealth back in November of 2024. In fact, even before that. Speaking specifically as to the things that were known or should have been known, is Detective Miller, for Fairfax County digital forensic expert at the time, did an executive summary that was in the October timeframe. In that, he says that Christine Banfield, he concluded that Christine Banfield never lost control of her devices. And it was she who was reaching out to Mr. Ryan and others on BDSM websites, thus thwarting the theory that the defendant was part of a catfishing scheme to lure Mr. Ryan to the Banfield home to set up a double murder. Detective Miller's report was sent to be peer reviewed as the chain of command did not like its findings. That peer review was concluded and they concurred with Detective Miller's report. This was known a year before Mr. Banfield's arrest and coincided with Juliana Perez Magalhaes' arrest. During the almost 1 year that Juliana remained in jail, Juliana's counsel requested 2 continuances and never secured a digital forensic scientist. And it's unknown if he knew about Detective Miller's conclusions at the time that he decided to take to advise his client to take the actions that she's taken. When the co-defendant decided to accept the reduced plea for time served and her mother counseled her to take the plea and blame it all on Brendan, there was a highly unusual event for Fairfax County wherein the lead prosecutor for this case, Eric Klingon, questioned and interviewed Juliana in the presence of her counsel and some police detectives. In that video interview, she gave a statement in which multiple occasions of her versions did not line up with digital forensics and could not have occurred. Detective Miller was then pressured by the detectives in the case to alter his findings to fit Juliana's story, to which he declined and prepared his summary for the homicide unit. He was then transferred without a request to the child exploitation unit. It can be concluded that as of October 2024, the police and the Commonwealth attorneys knew the evidence did not support the catfishing theory. In October 2025, when she gave her first recant, there were police and prosecutors in there, yet the prosecutor was the one that was questioning. The absolute unprecedented upheaval of the homicide division has been well documented and is directly related to this catfishing theory that was pushed upon and also by the unsupported evidence. At the defense motion for bill of particulars in September, the court asked, is this still a viable alternative for the Commonwealth to prove catfishing, and the Commonwealth committed to that. However, as the evidence ends yesterday, Judge, we have nothing but Juliana Perez Magalhaes. That's, as to the motion to strike, I understand the court's position, but these findings and the evidence to support the finding that the Commonwealth knew or should have known is it within every aspect of this case at this point. So this is essentially a lack of candor issue, Judge, with the court, and it's in violation of Virginia State Bar Rule 3, which requires candor with the court. Rule 3.8 requires the Commonwealth to be the minister of justice, not just an advocate. Further, 3.8 requires the prosecutor to withhold indictment if there is no probable cause. At the time of Mr. Banfield's indictment, the police knew about Detective Miller's findings, and Ms. Perez Magalhaes had not changed her story and accepted the Commonwealth's plea deal. These ethical requirements have not been met. But more troubling is the presentation of false evidence by the co-defendant. It is analogous to a prosecutor presenting the testimony of a victim in a rape case, knowing the DNA exonerates them, but doesn't present it. This known falsity denies the defendant a fair trial. This should be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois as violative of the 14th Amendment. And there are additional cases, Judge, which I have for your review, which are closely aligned with NAPU, which is the seminal case.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those cases. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. If you want to,
Would you?
that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So what was the motion? What motion did he make?
Your Honor, counsel has highlighted the Commonwealth's witness list containing 65 people, most of whom we did not call. I expect the same to be true of defense, and that is the nature of a case when we want to make sure that we do not limit ourselves, should evidence be required, we list a witness on that witness list, which is provided to the court well in advance of trial. In this matter, we call the witnesses that we believe presented the evidence clearly to the jury. We have presented the physical evidence collected, we've presented the DNA analysis, we've presented the blood evidence, and there is no requirement that we call a lead detective to present a narrative when we in fact have the person who was in the room to present that narrative. In this case, counsel argues that Juliana Perez-Magales presented false testimony. That's a matter for the jury. Counsel simply doesn't like what she said. That doesn't make it false. At this point in time, Judge, I don't believe that there's any merit to this motion, and we would ask you to deny.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am familiar with the Knapp cases and their prodigy. The Knapp cases are a little different from here because in those cases, they're based on a prosecutor's failure to correct testimony that he knew to be false. That's not what we have in this case. There's no evidence Commonwealth is using false testimony. It's just the weight of the co-defendant's testimony that does go to the jury. I don't have any Brady violations at trial at this time, and none have been alleged. The Commonwealth has presented their evidence, which has survived a motion to strike, but I cannot find any violations of the 14th Amendment. At this time, the co-defendant did provide testimony as to a catfishing theory. The way the Commonwealth puts on their cases up to the Commonwealth, I don't have any evidence or showing that the Commonwealth has used any false statements, testimony that they knew to be false. So therefore, I'm going to deny your motion. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Are you going to start with the evidence, the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Have we gone over them?
Yes, we have, Judge.
Okay. And do you have an agreement as to which ones you don't?
There are
object to?
several that the Commonwealth would agree may be admitted. There are equally as many that the Commonwealth would object
So
to.
we'll just go one at a time. Is that
Probably for the
easiest?
best.
Okay. All right. We ready for the jury then?
Judge, the Commonwealth does have a request.
Okay.
Our expert who testified yesterday, Iris Dalligraph, she has flown home, and we are asking that she be permitted to watch his expert's testimony through the live feed so that she can then, if recalled
If
in
you have a
rebuttal.
rebuttal. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, no objection. So
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Thank you. All right, we're ready for the jury. Okay. Sure. Yep.
And Florida. Knew y'all would be the southern, southeast. I would like to know more about why they were reassigning the detectives that believed the Catholic story.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the Commonwealth has rested. The defense will start their case. I believe Mr. Carroll would like to start with submitting some evidence that was referenced in the Commonwealth's case, but he did not present to evidence, so he wants to put that in evidence now, okay? So we'll go through those exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shadow, you cannot go outside. Quit meowing. I don't think they were defective if they believe the catfishing story because I believe it. What? Shadow? You cannot go outside. She is actually sitting at the door meowing to go out. I don't know, and I thought she liked going outside with Belle, but Belle doesn't want to go outside. Shadow wants to go outside. I don't want you to end up dead. Stay inside. Yeah, but remember her to like
Can you see that on
pretended to
screen?
write notes.
Yes.
Okay, that would be
Didn't
exhibit
even
one.
touch the paper.
I'd move that into evidence. as
Judge, we don't have a display.
We don't have a screen.
I'm sorry.
We do not have it on our screen.
Should be on witness screen. Is it showing now?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Can you see it on your screens over here? Yes, you can see it in your back screen. There's something wrong with your monitor then.
Okay, we'll just step back.
Okay, that's fine. If that works, we can get, you're attached. We can, it might just be a plug, but. All right. Okay, any objection to defense 1?
No, Judge, there's no objection to defense 1 through 9.
Okay, all right, so defense 1 is in evidence.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be published to the jury?
It is.
Okay.
Didn't see it in the show. Oh, it was good. So good. She lied her butt off.
Your Honor, sorry, is counsel intending that the jury read each of the 73 letters?
We're not have time for that, Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
They'll have them back when they deliberate. And this is defendants 2?
Defendants 2.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth. Is that
Defendants 3, Your Honor?
3? No objection from the Commonwealth. All right.
Exhibit 4?
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 5?
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 6?
Again, no objection in evidence.
Exhibit 7?
Again, no objection.
Get in here and watch the trial like a normal cat.
Exhibit 8?
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Get up here. Get up here and watch the trial. What?
Exhibit 9?
All right, again, no objection from the Commonwealth.
And I think Exhibit 10 is where
Right. If you could put it on.
I'll show it.
Yeah, if you could put it on the screen,
Watch the
please,
trial.
so I can see it. Okay.
Yes, and Judge Commonwealth objects as this is an incomplete exhibit. It identifies itself as being one of 3 pages. Only 2 pages are present. The last sentence on the second page clearly indicates there is more to come that has been eliminated from the
Do you have
exhibit.
the third page to this?
I don't have it with me right now, Judge, but she's identified this as something that she wrote. She's identified, nothing's been excluded intentionally.
I understand, but there is a page 3 of 3 that's not there. So at this time, I'll sustain the Commonwealth's objection. If you at some point find page 3, we can readdress.
Okay.
No objection to 11 through 15.
Okay, no objection, 11 through 15.
See, if you were an outside cat, you can watch trials.
This is 11, I'm sorry. Yeah, 11.
All right, in evidence.
This is Exhibit 12.
In evidence.
Other cats don't get to watch trials like you do. See how lucky you are? And look at all your friends. Look, they love you. They love seeing you.
Exhibit 13.
Okay,
You're a YouTube star. If you go live outside, I'll never see you again. And they won't either, and you won't be a YouTube star anymore.
Exhibit 14.
all right, in evidence.
Oh, Marty. Except we need to keep you away from Marty.
And Exhibit 15.
15 in evidence.
And I believe that was it for the agreed exhibits.
All right, 16, if you could pull it up. And what will the objection be for 16?
Same objection, Judge.
Okay.
This appears to be 2 pages of a longer letter, while this one does not identify how many pages were originally contained. The last sentence on the second page is cut short. So there was
Alright.
clearly additional information that was not included by defense.
If you could go all the way down, Mr. Carroll. All right, so I'll sustain the objection again if you can find the rest of
Okay.
it. That's fine. And then 17,
And Judge, Commonwealth would not object to 17 through 41. I'm sorry, 17 through 42.
so can we just enter 17 through 42 in evidence instead of showing it briefly?
That's fine. I wasn't certain.
That's fine by me, but I just want to make sure you're comfortable with it. But they'll have
I'm
all of
comfortable
these.
with it. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm comfortable
perfect.
with that.
All right, 17 through, I'm sorry, what number?
42.
All right, so 17 through 42 in evidence.
And
And then if you could pull up
43.
43, okay, what's the objection to 43?
Judge, this is a letter that purports to be from a third party to
Okay.
a witness. This is hearsay. It is not admissible. That
Okay.
person has not been called to testify.
All right, any response to that?
it's not offered for the truth of the matter, Judge. It's
Then
offered
what
for the
is-
subject matter, I guess.
Then Judge, I would object, just not relevant.
No, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Okay, that's 43. And then 44, do you have an objection?
Yes, Judge. No, I'm sorry, 44, no objection. 45, no objection. 46, no objection. Our next objection doesn't hit till 51. So
Okay.
through 40, I'm sorry, through 50, no objection.
All right, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 in evidence. If you could pull up 51.
And Judge, the objection is that 51 and 53 are duplicates. If he could elect which one he would.
Oh, they're the same?
Yeah, Judge.
Correct.
and
Okay,
and
which
I was
which
going to
one?
identify that as well.
Sure, which one would you like, 51 or 53?
Let's go with 51. And
All right, we'll put
scratch
51 and withdraw 53.
No objection then to 52,
Okay,
54
okay,
through 56. Our next objection is 57.
all right. So 55 and 56 also, and 54 in evidence, 57. That's the one from the producer, correct?
Correct,
So
hearsay.
assuming objection is hearsay.
Correct.
Judge, I'm offering it not for the truth of the matter, but for the timing of the matter.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay 57. All right. She already testified to it. They still have that information. 58
No objection. 59, no objection. 60, objection. Third party to,
from her mom.
No,
Okay, you
it's
can
just
pull up
all
60.
pressed meat. I
So
hate McRib.
58 and 59 are in evidence.
Love pork ribs, hate McRibs. Ugh.
60, Your Honor,
Yes, the objection is hearsay.
hearsay.
Yes.
Once again, it's the timing of it that I'm looking for, but I understand.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection as a 60. We have 61.
objection.
I think it's a motion
It
to
is.
continue trial. Okay, what's the objection? I mean, that's a court record, but what's the objection?
Judge, it's not a court record in this case.
That's true.
And it contains a number of opinions of counsel
Okay,
that I do not believe have been testified
All
to. So hearsay.
all right.
I think it's a judicial document that the court can take notice of. It also shows the timing of what it is that, in terms of the timing of when this motion is being set, it's weeks before her pending trial.
Which she testified to, and you do have evidence of that, but this does contain hearsay, so I'll sustain the objection to 61. 62 is a picture.
Objection, it is actually a video. It's the recorded call and is hearsay.
Okay,
It's-
all right.
it's-
So we don't,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
you may open it up.
No, I don't need you to open it up. I recall. You had just showed the picture. I didn't allow the video at the time, if I remember correctly.
Right, and
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, I had just had a picture of it at the time of the testimony. I didn't allow the video at the time,
Correct.
the audio. I
Correct.
think it was an audio file, yes.
And this is an audio file of her negotiating with a producer relating to Hulu, Netflix.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection then. Thank you. 63,
No objection, Your Honor. Next objection would be to 70.
all right, so 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and we can go to 70. I think that's a conversation.
And
What's that
Judge,
conversation?
the objection here is to relevance. I'm not sure. It's such a brief portion of a conversation and it doesn't appear to have.
If you have a way to close that for me, Mr. Carroll, I'd appreciate it. I think that closes the whole PowerPoint.
Okay,
You do
now.
that. What was the time frame of the conversation? Do you recall? Do you have it?
Judge, I can pull it up.
I just can't see.
Judge, I don't know why that's popping up. This is the court's computer.
I think you have to sign into your account on that computer, but that's.
So Judge, the chat begins on January 9th. It is purportedly between Christine's phone and an unidentified user. And it talks about having had fun that day with Valerie.
Okay, and that's when the co-defendant testified that that was a conversation she had with Christine, correct? And your
I believe
objection
that.
is relevance?
My objection is relevant. I'm not sure what this has to
All
do
right,
with.
how is this conversation relevant?
The January 9th is an important date, as the testimony is brought out. It's the date when the email was set up for the connection with all of the devices.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 70 is an evidence, overcome with objection. And then 71.
Objection, Your Honor. Those are portions of a document. Best evidence would be the objection. It needs to be the entirety
document.
of the document.
All right, are you able to get the entire document for January? I think it's January 21st, 2023.
We have admitted it into evidence.
Okay. So you already have the entire document in
Correct.
evidence?
It has
All
been.
right, so do we
admitted.
need this then, Mr. Carroll? This is just parts of it,
These were the FetLife communications, Judge.
Doesn't taste like
Um,
beef.
which they already have in evidence. I can't remember what number they're evidence.
I don't know
Do you
what.
have the number?
Thank you, Judge. 77 through 79.
Is the entirety of what is
Correct.
parts on this? Okay.
If that's, I'll withdraw that.
All right, we'll withdraw 71. That takes us to 80.
Is counsel not offering 72, 73, 74,
I
75?
think we're offering to 71, Judge.
All I have is the 71. Are you not doing 80, 80A, B, C, D?
Not at this
81?
point, Judge.
That's all I have then, right? Okay. All right, yes, sir. Then your first witness?
Judge, I would call Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner. You might want to check the plugs and see. if
Yeah,
they're-
so it actually clicked on initially. There was a view of that computer's screen.
It might just be a loose wire.
Add my. There we go.
May I just consult?
Yes, yes. Sir. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay.
We got it. Nope, other way. Just, there you go.
Are you doing this?
I hope there are any questions.
Good morning, Officer.
Good morning, sir.
Once I get this video, I'm going to ask you to identify it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Zachary Beckner.
Thank you.
Sir, do you see that picture on the screen?
Yes, sir, I do now.
Do you? Sorry.
I'm just sorry. Is this a video that's already in evidence or is this video that you are,
This is, so there's, Judge, I'll just tell you, the Commonwealth moved in first 6 minutes
okay.
of
so
this video,
is-
and this is going to be a continuation
All right,
beyond
so
that.
this, what would you mark it as your exhibit then?
I think we're at 84, are we?
Let's see. 82, if you want to go in order.
Let's go in order, yes.
Okay,
thank you.
82. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at that picture and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you can identify what you see there.
It appears to be body cam footage, sir.
Okay, and was this the body camera video from your body cam?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and this was on, what date was this on?
February 24th, 2023.
Okay, and this is what, if anything, are you doing as you go in?
From this, I'm about to enter the house.
You're all right, he's identified the video. Can we publish this to the jury?
You want to admit it into evidence?
Yes.
Is it under seal?
I think it is
Okay.
because of the graphic nature of it.
All right, so 82, any objection, 82 under seal?
Okay.
All right, 82 in evidence under seal.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shopper?
Well, there's us. All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Here, stay here, ma'am. Here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? You need kids in the house?
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
What do you need?
Get medics in there now.
Scene's full to medics.
He grabbed my arm. Go ahead. He grabbed my arm.
Sir, at this point, had you engaged in any duties at what you're seeing right now in the video?
Could you clarify what you mean by
What
duties, sir?
were you doing? What were you asked to do? What did you take it upon yourself to do?
We were trying to locate a chest seal in the medical kits that we carry in our cruisers.
Okay, and that's something that you had with you?
That's what the black bag is that I sat down on that bed.
Okay.
Get it. Come with us. I don't know when you shot it. Who's that chest seal? I need it on the tap right now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him.
I have one.
Guys, chest seal. Now we're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Can you get calls? Get calls out. Up this way. Upstairs. Hey, chest seal over and I'll get it right now.
Just stay there. Stay there. There's another one behind you.
Hey, open it up from Walner. I got the other one for him. Okay, go. Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me?
I don't have anything.
Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He got on it.
Multiple stab wounds on
I
that.
don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Check.
Chest.
Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay? Sit it up.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have. Hey, get another. Hey, get more blowout kits.
You shot in the head?
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for canine or helo at this point. Canine 10.
I don't even know what to do.
This is where it is. All right.
Okay, yep. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse. Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can go home. Guys.
Hey, do a pulse on him.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Multiple stab wounds on her.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck, thing, person. So I have a pulse, multiple stab wounds, so we'll have to do the CPR with gunshot. Okay, all right. Who's still breathing? Don't know if it's when I'm inside. Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. You can stop him if you want. Yeah, we're gonna get her. He's gonna be over there. Yeah, this. Is he breathing over here? He's breathing. Here, that's why we're moving. Grab him. Take him downstairs. You can't feel Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse. Nothing. What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely away from that shot. I mean, we can. I think that's maybe obvious over there.
Oh.
We want to just grab that go.
Don't do this.
All right, that's fine. I don't know. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. You want to shut him out of there? It's right there behind him. You had it? Okay. So where's? Down. This is not blood.
There was two on the bed when I came in.
Okay, this one got blood on it. So stay with him. I'm not sure. He doesn't know. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
It's on the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bed. We have a knife right there.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside?
Yeah, right now they're working, so we can wait.
So,
Well, not working. Come on, get him out. So one thing is. All right. Is he gonna be okay? Everyone's in work room?
Want us to move her and go?
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna move
We got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Kids around the way. Get her outside. We're gonna clear the rest of the house.
You guys go with them. You guys want me to go with them?
We'll go with you, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me on the chain. What are we doing? He's just gonna, we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're gonna get something down there.
Sir, that's the video that you previously watched, the Commonwealth's case, correct? Up to the 6-minute mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was your body camera continuing beyond that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and approximately how long, were you escorting Mr. Banfield that day?
Correct. I escorted him out of the house to the ambulance, rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital.
Your Honor, that clip was identical to what the Commonwealth did. I have the longer clip, and I'm just going to switch that out right now so we can go from this point and continue on with the clip.
So 82 should just be your second part?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll keep what we just watched will stay as the Commonwealth's exhibit, and then now 82 will just be what you're going to play from here on out.
Yeah, from 6:42 on.
And you'll have a separate file? You have a separate file for that? for
Yes,
me? Okay,
I just have to.
okay, so 82 will just be that separate file then. Okay. I assume there's no objection to the continuing of the body cam?
No, ma'am, and just for clarification, what we just watched was Commonwealth 6.
Number 6?
Yes.
Okay, so that will stay at Commonwealth 6, and then whatever we're about to play now will be 82, and I assume there's no objection to the rest of the body cam?
Correct.
Okay. So 82 will be in evidence. Under seal.
It's gonna just be-
We're gonna get something down there. All right, guys. Somebody get behind him.
Sir, do you recognize that as being continuation of the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So she's gonna go up to, so that's gonna go. He's actually gonna
Hey, can you check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. Go check him out. He's starting up. Yeah. Stay sorry. I'll just walk through, okay? What did you say? Okay. Just right there. We're gonna have to get him out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Can you give me a second? I'll push anything else.
I'm not. Let me change my gloves up. We can get him out of here. The knife's there. Guns are on the bed. I got you.
We're gonna take him and stick him in the freezer. Yeah, I gotta hook him up there. Have him bring down.
Yeah, just give him a second.
I gotta put him on the monitor. Yeah, go for it. Is she okay? So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're kind of just here. Is she breathing? So again, they're down there. What I want to do is get
Just
you
watch what you're kicking, please.
All right.
I know what you got to do. I'm just.
If you can't walk, we'll do it in a minute. Give me a minute.
Now, was that you saying, watch what you're kicking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that directed toward anyone in the room there?
It was directed towards the firefighter that you saw with the face covering on, the mask.
The one who came by you to your right?
Correct.
Okay, and was he tending to the scene over near Joe Ryan?
Correct. He was hooking him up to leads.
Okay, and was there distortion of how it looked before he?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading if you want to rephrase.
When you said stop kicking, what were you referring to?
He had kicked some blankets out of the way.
Okay, do you remember the colors of those blankets?
I believe they were purple.
Purple, okay. Were they the only blankets or towels that were in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, you just remember him kicking?
Correct.
Okay, do you remember if he kicked anything else in the crime scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
He stopped after you?
After I told him to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just getting me some fresh air right now as well, okay? So we can get you outside. Can you got gloves on? Yeah. Can you help him? Just be with him.
Yep.
Now, you're holding Mr. Banfield, my client, at that time. What was the reason for you to hold him?
He was unsteady on his feet, sir.
Okay, did you hear him say anything or relating to his ability to walk?
At that point in time, no, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. But you, sometime later on in this video?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What's your name? Brendan Banfield. Say, business Vienna?
Easy.
Sorry, say it again.
So you live in Vienna?
My office is in Vienna, correct. Did you call my office? No. I need to call my manager at some point.
It's the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just gonna get you in a cruiser outside in the air where you can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt?
I don't think so.
We'll check him out when we get him over to the car. Watch out, watch out.
Walk into the grass? Yep.
What's wrong with your right leg, sir?
I
don't know, maybe just nervous. Okay.
I'm going to be calling medic 436 to Reston Hospital.
Take some deep breaths, all right? You need to sit down somewhere.
Is there a way to get an update?
Right now, they're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out. He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though. All right, let's do that then.
We're going to go ahead and check this gentleman out in the back of the ambulance, okay? We'll check this one.
Officer Beckner, had my client complained of any physical ailments other than having difficulty walking?
Just whatever he said was going on with his right leg.
Okay.
That was it.
And when you said you were going to go check him out, was there anything that caused you alarm that caused you to want to have him checked out?
I just wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my daughter?
I think she's out there with them, sir. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's an au pair, man.
Okay. But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter.
Just one sec, we're gonna head around this other door, all right?
Is anything bothering you right now?
I feel unsteady.
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife. I took the knife from him.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket on for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna have you kick your other foot up for me.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
think
get
it's
off.
fine. Yeah.
Hey, got it, brother. Yeah,
There might be a bag in my car.
pressure already. Manpo's going to be set up at Sablebrook Way and doors for court.
Officer Beckner, do you know who took possession of the jacket when it was taken off of him?
Officer Hugh.
Officer Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna take your watch off for now, all right? That's fine. So I can see. I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where'd all this blood come from, you know?
I was holding her neck.
Okay.
Do we have any crossings that need to be covered?
511 Bravo, I've got one up at House
Taking
Avenue.
it to the hospital right now. They're not gonna have much of an update. We're gonna take it to Reston Hospital, okay? Yeah. All right, I don't see any wounds on you. That's gonna check you out. Would you like to run up to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're gonna work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation then, okay?
What's going to happen to my daughter?
That I'm not sure. That's
As of right now, I believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on.
Take it back. When are they getting that last cross?
Hey, Doherty, it's going to be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of the Kiss and Ride.
Let's get squeezed real tight. All right, perfect. We'll take all that off then. Take it off there. Okay. So just to confirm, nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all.
If anything hurting you at all, man, they're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too.
Door's going out of here. You guys.
We're going to need his,
No, you're good. You're good. Put your hands down.
That's fine.
you're not going to be able to have it in the hospital anyway.
Yeah, let me have one. I have copies.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Services.
Okay. Okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Zach?
Yeah.
So before you roll, let me make sure they decomment what you have on you, okay?
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but, hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got Mags in his watch. If you want to hold on to this,
What was that?
I've got Mags in his watch. I'm going to go with him to the hospital. Police department.
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
It doesn't. If I can be with them, that's what.
This is what one of the medics have, one of the bags the medics have.
What is he looking for? Just a
I'm
plastic
assuming so,
bag.
Zach.
A what? Plastic bag.
Just right now, did we search them?
No, I haven't searched him yet.
Can we stand up?
Sorry, man, it's fine.
I have.
You're good. Sorry.
That's fine. Yep.
I'll leave his badge on him.
Brother, you know the procedure, we apologize. Sorry.
Knives or anything on him?
No, that's my cell phone. Work cell phone and personal cell
And you're with the
Treasury.
Okay. Get the bag. A bio bag. You have a bio bag? Yeah.
Anything on this side, Terry?
Yeah,
he's
going.
going.
Yeah, that's what he just. Yeah, he's got a bag. He's treasure essentially.
Officer, is there a policy about searching someone who goes in an ambulance, or what were the circumstances that caused that search?
We were just trying to confirm he didn't have any further weapons on him, sir.
Okay, after he told the fireman that he had the mags.
I believe that's what he said to him.
Okay.
Zach can go.
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet is in my jacket.
Your badge clipped on you, brother. We're gonna leave it on you, okay?
All right, my credentials.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead. You can sit back down. You're all right.
I'm gonna follow him down.
Okay.
I'll follow him down to the house.
Okay.
You're gonna get in the ambulance?
Yeah, that's fine. Unless
Zach,
What would you mind? Right there, yeah.
Zach, yeah, gloves on. Put his here. Put his stuff in here.
I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car that was actually.
We'll have to figure that out, so.
Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the TLR?
Mine has the light, yeah.
With the light on it? Okay.
My other gun is my personal weapon.
Oh, that's the 43X?
Yeah.
So both those are yours?
Both of them are mine.
Okay, the ones that we saw on the bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I was thinking about it.
Where do you guys need me at?
It doesn't matter to me. You can probably sit in the cap's chair right there if you're going to ride with us.
He's gonna go. I'll ride with
Okay.
you.
Just for evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, sure, good idea. Okay, BLS,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good, yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out and we'll put the EMS captain going up.
Okay, yeah, command terminated, so I'm out of
All right,
here.
yeah, we're good then.
All right, and we're gonna roll over to the rest of the hospital then.
Okay, sounds good.
We're good, Zach. Do the rest.
You go with that?
Yeah.
Are we good to go or?
Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll just check real quick.
What's his first name?
D-R-E-N-D.
Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital?
Last name?
D-A-N-F-I-E-L-D.
What's your date of birth?
2-23-85.
Hey, LT or Gibbons, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Any underlying medical conditions? Never blood, hypertension, and any cardiac issues. Taking medications right now. Any allergies, any medications? No. not individual, it's just coming from yeah, all the stuff we have happened up there. Just to trigger on 5-10 minutes. All right. Get you something up. It's a good thing that blood on. Besides, you can never eat it.
I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I don't see why it would be an issue, but I'll pull off right now.
All right. No, I didn't want to. I'm not going to take to the hospital. I really wish I could go for you, but I don't. Hospital canceled me, anything like that with the phone. They know you're coming in, they know your wife. My wife. They know your wife is there. I'll be ready for you when you get there.
As of right now, she's still over there. From what I understand, sir, she's there with the other officers that are still on scene.
Boring. All I hear is beeping machines. I feel like I'm at work,
As of right
and
now,
I
there's
haven't worked.
no other information to explain to her. I don't think they're going to tell her anything. It's kind of a delicate matter, and I don't think anybody wants to upset her currently.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
No idea.
Exact copy of one.
Go ahead.
And the gentleman that you're with, do me a favor, once you get all this information, give me a call with that, please.
Direct. I don't have my phones on me. You spell your last name for me, sir? Yeah, I got it. Just appreciate it, brother.
Sir.
You're with the IRS, correct? Yes.
You okay with walking in? We'll head out because we're here, okay? I'll have you step back up this side door that we came in. Yes. Step that way.
Just wait right here for us. We're trying to find out what room to push in. Can I see her? No, not yet.
Any voters on channel 35?
Just gonna see any of that for me. You just said that she's been here. I didn't hear what she said, so.
The Scott and stuff on me. So
Can you have someone check with him again?
okay. What is the nature of the incident?
Check what?
The status of his wife, man.
Hi, sir. My name is Gina. I'm one of the doctors here. Your wife has died.
Is it both?
Where's the gunner?
Where's that?
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you be able to ask my doctor and teacher? That's the nurse.
That's the most selfish thing you can do is take your child's other parent away from them. Awful.
Okay. We're still burning. Just heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out
I'm
of your
gonna
way.
make Gonzo eventually. I just haven't got to him yet.
Was it on here? Okay. No problem.
You want to turn back in? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help? I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
So I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for certain. But
I was trying to like pressure.
yeah, I mean, those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There was so many.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury.
Where are the tears?
Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's there. Yes, ma'am.
She's looking for.
Yes, sir.
And did you get hurt, sir?
I think so.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
I think he put his arm on me at one point, but I don't get hurt.
Yeah, sure. I'm here. Tissues here. Do you want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. So right here.
Officer, is this the situation that the Commonwealth asked you about when you were originally on the stand?
About him washing his hands?
Washing hands.
Correct.
Yes. And you weren't advised by anybody in your chain of command to not allow washing hands or anything like
At
that?
that point in time, no, sir.
I'm sorry.
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna see if I could find it and play like a little clip, but it's hours long. It's like almost 2 hours long. But yeah, you can find it. Just Google Brendan Banfield body cam at hospital, and there's a bunch of them. So it's easy to find.
How are you doing? I'm the first person in right here. I'm so sorry.
My wife is
You want to just be checked out medically, right?
sure.
Can I have a bracelet with your name on it? Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that possible?
Yes, please.
It doesn't sound like there's any, the person's struck him once, but no idea that we need to do anything or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg's okay. He's been having said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning. I think
And then,
it's-
would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just going to check your vital signs. I'm sure.
Can I have tissue?
Yeah. Would you like me to get you? Would you like me to get some scrubs to treat into?
Yes.
There. You got it. I'm just gonna, you're gonna feel a squeeze on your left arm. I'm just gonna feel pressure real quick, okay? I'm gonna check your oxygen over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since it's happened? You feel like it's hard?
It's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see, okay. And where did the person hit you?
And I only remember my arm.
Okay, okay. Once you're changing the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking and bearing weight. If anything, it's a bruise, or like you said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress.
You want to get them? You can get them. It's on the end. Yeah. Okay, you already switched out the lid and stuff on the content, okay? Or, I guess.
How much do you weigh?
Officer, is that Officer Baumler that was with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your daughter and the pair have been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, sir. Yep.
I'm gonna have to step out after the bags, phone, and all that.
Sorry there.
When he changes.
Yep.
So I'm gonna see if I have any people bags.
Alright.
Can I call my mom? At this point, we can't let you do that, because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once a detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not gonna ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is, take photos of you, in the clothes that you have on, so before we change you in the hospital gown and evidence, so, we're gonna do it, and, there's no easy way to do it, kind of as easily possible, so, I'm just gonna have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically it should be the same for the detective up, kind of coming at you what exactly happened, because we're not gonna have to go over it numerous times and let them do it all. Okay, I understand that. I'm gonna go see if I can find some.
No, I got it.
My wife's parents are on their way to my house some point today.
Like Officer Baumler told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah. I don't know what time I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay. I understand.
Hi, sir.
This is someone needs to take pictures.
Yes, sir.
Before they change?
Correct.
Sorry.
He's out, gonna go grab his county phone. Runs all back in my cruiser.
I figured I didn't know if you guys need a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that'd be awesome. Just bear with us for just a second. Yes, sir. No, I understand. the PR staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Yeah, just have a good couple because we have to individually bag it.
Direct.
Yeah.
At least Juliana.
I believe so, yes, sir. I don't see why they would have them separated at this time. Hey, boss, can you see if they can bring me a couple brown bags, the paper bags?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to see?
Oh, that's Mark. I'm gonna see if Cranston's gonna be coming this way soon, so we don't do it on the phone, but
Stop the
if
video
not,
and ask the dang question.
that's not caption, it's gonna do it.
Okay, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I got you.
Okay, so we have
Great.
Cranston detectives coming out, and they'll be the ones to take all the photos and all that instead of us doing it on phones, so that way, they're on the way now, so they should be in the next couple minutes. Understand. Okay. Do you need like a bottle of water or something? I think someone's here.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Just gonna inform. Do you have any other questions for us? I might be able to answer right now, man.
Do we know who the person is?
I don't think he's been identified yet.
I can honestly say that we would not know that information. And at this point, even if we did, we probably couldn't get that information to you. That'd be the detectives that would let you know that.
Certainly, the unit, this is going to be an EDT call.
10-4, 331 Bravo, can you start?
My name is Betty. I'm a patient advocate, also chaplain, guest services. Yeah, so anything I can do for you right now.
Can we say it for Can we say it for
Say it for you. Absolutely. What is it?
Christine?
Christine?
No, we have Cranston detectives will take photos. So they'll be on a few minutes.
Do you have a specific community?
This is cool.
Gracious and loving God, come before you today in great distress. And Lord, we ask that you be with Christine and with her husband here. We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. And Lord, we ask that you heal as only you can. We don't always understand your healing ways, but just ask that you be with her. And be with her husband now in such distress. Watch over him, surround him with your love. Let him feel the warmth of that love. To carry him through not only today, but days and weeks to come. Lord, for your family or friends who can support them this time, please let them open their hearts and arms and provide that loving support that is so much needed. And this we ask in your name. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. And I'm here all day. And I'm glad to come down. Whenever it is, and just ask me. You have no tissues.
There should be a few boxes of them around here for now.
I'm glad to come anytime. You have a lot to process. Need some time alone with you on this. Will you call me? As I say, I'm here all day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Banfield? Yes. Hi, my name is Mike Hangagill. I'm one of the detectives. My colleague, Detective Brian back there. Detective Hanfield. I'm so sorry to meet under these circumstances.
And sir, is that the entirety of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you manually shut it off when the detectives came in?
Correct.
Okay. And then uploaded it into the system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Just a couple of questions. Initially, when we started this video, we started with the portion that the Commonwealth had previously played for you, where you entered the scene. Counsel asked you about your duties, and you responded that you were, at that point in time, working on trying to get a chest seal on Mr. Ryan. Is that correct?
We were trying to locate a chest seal for the female at the scene.
Okay. Were you the first officer to approach Joseph Ryan?
That day, I believe so, ma'am.
Okay. And did you place a chest seal on Joseph Ryan?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood coming from Joseph Ryan's chest wound, did you?
Not until after I did CPR.
And his hands were folded over that wound, is that correct?
They were across his chest.
All right. When you made it to the hospital with Mr. Banfield, he was not treated for any injuries to his leg, was he?
No, ma'am.
Or any other part of his body?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect? All right, is he still subject to recall, or is he done? Is he subject to recall? Or?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Just again, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Baumler.
Good morning.
I'm going to play a clip for you, and I want you to identify it first, all right, before we play the whole thing, all right?
Yes, sir.
I hope this one is.
We can't see anything on the screen.
It's not showing. Ah, I think we may have solved it.
Yes, you have.
Looking at that picture before you, sir, can you identify this video?
Yes, that's my body cam video.
Okay, and this is from February 24th?
Correct, 2023.
From time to time, I'll stop and ask questions, but otherwise, I'm just going to have you watch, not the entire one. Yours goes almost an hour like the previous officer, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, we're going to be quite a bit shorter.
Do you want to mark it as?
Mark it as Defense Exhibit 83.
Okay. And is you asking to admit it into evidence?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
Judge, I don't believe so. Indicate if he's going to jump around, I'm not entirely sure.
But do you object to the admissibility of?
Yeah.
Okay, so that can be an evidence. Is it?
Yes.
I don't know what it is, so does it need to be under seal?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so video body cam under seal in evidence 83. Okay.
There's a 34-year-old female that got stabbed by someone and then he shot him. He doesn't know the person that he shot, but he's on the ground. 50 Bravo is in route. Hit him.
Zach, come on, kid. Well, there we go.
Go ahead.
You know if they're inside or outside or where they actually are?
Officer Baum, that's the radio traffic relating to this incident that you're responding to?
Yes.
And you're gathering information as you hear that radio traffic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Going. Got it on the shoulder, boys. God, you people.
Are they literally watching this?
There we go. Come on, figure it out.
Bravo, the patient is unconscious. Apparently she was stabbed in the neck. She's upstairs in the bedroom.
Sorry.
And the subject that was shot is in the bedroom downstairs. Let me ask. Bravo.
Whatever you guys have shields, make sure they have kind of radio to know the end.
Tank, we don't have time for a shield.
Shield advice.
Bravo, okay.
Bravo has a shield.
Bravo, picture the caller with the firearm down and
Okay. Guys, you gotta go a little faster now.
So apparently the caller doesn't know the subject. Then the caller's trying to help the female with the.
Now, at this point, is what you're hearing on the radio the only thing that you know about this?
Correct.
Okay, so there was nothing prior to you starting up your car and going?
So typically what happens is when we get sent a dispatch, it does come to our computer. However, when scenes like this happen, we try to get them as quickly as possible. So most of that information comes over the radio, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta drive a lot faster, better.
On 5 Bravo, Fairfax down is due to the wind.
What wind? Damn it, Zach.
And just so we're clear, the body camera begins on what prompt?
So it can be activated one of a few ways. In this situation, it activates when the emergency equipment goes on, or you can activate it by pushing it twice.
Okay. And in this still, you're at the residence?
I'm just arriving, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got one? Where's the shooter? Huh?
Shooter's held to the woman right now from 3 years. He doesn't know the man that shot.
Which house?
1330.
Yep. Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
He's an officer too. So he just, you know, this is her house.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shot? Oh, his daughter's downstairs. She's just.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah, she just wanted to.
Guns on the bed. Guns on the bed.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
Sir, is that the first time you've encountered my client, Mr. Banfield?
Yes,
And he was tending to his wife at that point?
it appeared so, yes.
Somebody's outside.
All right. Watch out. We got him. Catch up. Jesus. Dude, give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal. Give me a chest seal. Yep. What else was she stabbed? Is there any other stab wounds? Tank, come here.
Something on her hand.
Tank.
There. You do it there. Stand right here.
She got multiple stab wounds in the neck. Okay. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She's breathing.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
And sir, when you said that, you were talking about Christine Banfield's breathing, correct?
Correct.
Who shot? You shot? Okay. Okay.
He grabbed my arm.
Who did?
He grabbed my arm when I started applying.
Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest wound seal?
I need it for this neck right now. She got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get off. He called out.
Up this way.
Up there. I need chest seal over and
Just stay right there. Shoot. There's another one behind me.
Open this up the longer.
Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now. Someone check my pulse for the guy behind me.
Yeah.
She's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up here. Up this way.
Just go in the cup. He's in the cup.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
Where do you have chest seal?
On the neck. Multiple stab wounds on the neck. Ready? As soon as I let go. Ready? Ready? We missed one. Chest seal.
Get another. There's another half.
Ready?
Go for it. Yep. Hold the door.
Don't work on her, okay?
It's just fucking whole pressure.
Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Just whatever you. Hey, get another. Hey, LT, get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one and the guy behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. I do not know. She might have defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody in the council, their need for canine or healer at this point? Canine 10. Yeah, it's right there.
Security firearm.
Just leave it. Where it is.
Tank. Yep. Since we got this, kind of wait for the medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expedited.
Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I could feel him breathing.
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No pulse.
Okay.
CPR, go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you have anything, start going. Start going.
This one, she has 7 pulse. All right.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Thanks, Francis. So I mean, the whole multiple stab wounds, so we'll have to do CPR with gunshot.
I felt the pulse when I was holding that.
All right. We have multiple chest over the neck. We don't know if we have right here.
We don't know any other.
Stab wounds to the neck.
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have it.
Don't know if it's one on the other side. We don't know.
Hey, she's still breathing.
We can feel.
You know, I
blood
can't imagine
we can see her.
you're
Yeah, we're gonna get her.
bed and this guy is there with a knife and your husband comes in and you say,
Take him downstairs.
got a knife, and you watch your husband
Stand by.
shoot the
Sir, did you have
intruder
anything to do
and
with
then
moving any
he
of the
comes at
firearms?
you with
I
a
did
knife.
not.
Did you see who did?
The
I do not
betrayal
recall who
she
did.
felt right before she died.
Sorry. No, there's no pulse wounds. Nothing. There's nothing.
I think that does definitely be a way. I mean, we can. I think that's maybe obvious over there.
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go? She's done. All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that? Yeah. I got the monitor. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. So where's? This is not.
Nope. There was 2 on the bed when I came in.
This one got blood on it. Yeah. So stay with him. He might have. I'm not sure. He doesn't know. No, I'm gonna wait till we're done. Yeah. You know another guy? Yeah. I know. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
There's 2 on that.
Arms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the battery here though.
Yeah. Well, you want?
We have a knife right here.
You guys are good right there. Hey, Sarge, what's up? You want to escort him outside? Yeah, right now we're not working, so we're going to be home. So, I'm not sure. We're not working. But we'll get him out. So one thing is, all right. You want to move her and go? Yeah, let's move her. All right. Hey, very close to escort him back.
This is basically the same thing you just watched only from another cop's body cam.
There are kids down there.
Not watch, but
Sir, you accompanied Officer Beckner to the ambulance and all those sorts of things?
So in that situation, I believe what you're trying to ask is, was I in the ambulance with him? Can you clarify?
Well, so at some point, and we just watched Officer Beckner's video. I just want to make sure you went out of the house at the same time he did. Is that correct?
That is not correct, no.
Okay. Did there come up a time where you met up with him at the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And then your body worn camera was essentially the same after that?
Yes.
In terms of the hospital and all those sorts of things? Okay. Your Honor, that's the 12-minute, 36 seconds. That's defense exhibit number 83.
Okay, so you'll
And
crop
we'll-
it for me to
we'll-
12:36?
Yes.
Okay, to 12:36. All right, thank you. It's in evidence up to 12:36 then.
I don't have any further questions for the
All
officer.
right, cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Afternoon, I apologize. When you entered the room, Mr. Banfield was on his knees next to Christine Banfield, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Mr. Banfield wasn't using
He's
that blue
pretending to
towel
grab-
we see to staunch the bleeding from her neck, is that correct?
Objection to leading, Judge.
It's
It's
cross-examination.
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 I do not believe he
He
was,
can
no.
leave.
Okay, and he wasn't using the nearby blankets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he wasn't using the sheet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
No, Your
Okay, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
See subject, okay, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you,
officer.
ma'am.
All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, I have a video that Ms. Sands and I have talked about that.
You know,
Judge, I think the witness that we need for this video is not here right now,
Okay.
so we'll just
Next.
move on.
Next witness?
My next witness is Leanne Singley.
she's 22. She comes to America, falls in love with him, and then he's like, let's kill my wife.
To swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
And she's like, okay, what has she done in Brazil illegally? You don't go right to, okay, let's kill somebody. I think somebody said something about that the other day in chat. And I guess it didn't quite dawn on me, but now that I think about it, you don't go from 0 to nothing. I mean, from 0 to murder.
Ma'am, can you please state your name, spelling your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Leanne Singley. First name is L-E-E, capital A-N-N. Last name Singley, S-I-N-G-L-E-Y.
And what is your particular professional discipline?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, and what areas of forensic science do you specialize in?
So currently I work mostly in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your background and your training in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. I guess I'll start with my educational background. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of Pittsburgh. I also received a master's degree with a concentration in forensic science from the University of Florida. In 1987, I was hired as a forensic scientist in the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Laboratory. So I'm just entering now my 39th year in forensics. I spent about 17 years at the State Police Crime Lab and received some training regarding various areas of forensics, but in specific to bloodstain pattern analysis, I started my education in that in 1993. Afterwards, I've had basic and advanced training. I've had training in the math and physics of bloodstain pattern analysis, fluid dynamics of bloodstain pattern analysis, the interaction of blood on fabrics, so a fabrics training class, and other conferences and training opportunities that I've had throughout the years.
Now, ma'am, do you have hold any titles on boards or anything like that relating to your professional associations?
So I'm a member, currently a member of the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, which is a federally convened committee that is assisting the bloodstain pattern community in setting down guidelines and standards of how the discipline should be performed. I've been part of that group for a number of years. Prior to that, there was a similar group that was convened federally called the Scientific Working Group on Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. That began in 2002, and I was a member from the inception of that committee up until that committee was replaced through the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, otherwise called the OSAC.
And groups like the OSAC and the previous organization, what's the intent of those?
So as I stated, the intent is to bring together subject matter experts to help to develop guidance documents, standard documents on how the discipline should be performed, or the training requirements that are necessary, other features of it. And it's not the only forensic discipline that does this. DNA does this, fingerprints, documents examination. They all have committees that are addressing those issues.
And is this all designed to have uniformity in terms of how it's being practiced?
I'm sorry,
or what you just described, is that designed to have uniformity of how bloodstain?
Yes. I mean, the idea is that we would like all areas, all agencies or entities that perform this discipline to have a framework to which everybody will perform it the same way, or at least similarly, have the same standards that they would use to do what they do. Initially, Swigstain had a large international involvement, so it wasn't just the United States that was offering information into this committee and into these documents. There was a large international component as well.
Okay, and Swigstain, the company that was the predecessor to OSAC, that stands for Scientific Work Group Stains.
Yeah, so it's Scientific Working Group it was on bloodstain pattern analysis, but they shortened it to Swigstain.
Okay, and did you have any role in running that organization?
Well, as I mentioned, I was a member from its inception. In 2002, I served as the Quality Assurance Committee chair for a number of years within that group.
And ma'am, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court regarding bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
How many times?
So specifically to bloodstain pattern analysis, I'm not sure. I've testified over 90 occasions on various areas of forensics. Greater than 10 of those are bloodstain pattern, maybe more.
And have you ever been qualified in Commonwealth of Virginia?
I have not.
Okay. Have you ever done work within the Commonwealth of Virginia with police organizations?
Yes, I've conducted training for the Virginia State Police on a number of occasions in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Ms. Singley in as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Ms. Singley, you had an opportunity to see Ms. Groff's presentation yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually know her, correct?
I do.
Through your various affiliations?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to, in arriving at, well, let me show you a few things and see where we go from there. Your Honor, can we show that to the witness?
Yeah, it is shown to the witness.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bigger, it might help.
Yeah.
The state is going to have a rebuttal case because they asked for their expert to be allowed to watch this expert via
If
YouTube
you double
or
click on the
whatever.
file name right there, you have.
So I guess they're going to call her again as a rebuttal witness.
No, you're having the same problem.
Judge, this is the court's PowerPoint that's coming up. I don't know. Well, ma'am, did you have an occasion to review items in this case?
I did.
And if items of evidence relating to this case?
Yeah, so I received photographs, so I didn't actually have the physical evidence, but I did review photographs and videos and things of that nature that would expose me to what was evidence, turned out to be evidence in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I'm going to have to switch the computer just because of that PowerPoint thing that pops up. Can I have a 5-minute recess?
No.
She's a good judge. I like her. Be prepared.
Ma'am, are you able to see a picture on your screen?
I can.
Did you have an opportunity to review this item as part of the evidence that you reviewed?
I'm sorry, Judge, have we identified the photograph?
No, I think it's defense 80, at least that's what it was marked yesterday.
83, I believe. Judge, is that-
80.
80? Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 80. Have you seen that?
I've seen photographs of this item before, yes.
Okay, and what is it that you notice when you look at this item right here?
It's a knife. It looks like to be stainless steel, like a chef's style knife, and there appears to be transfer bloodstains or some irregular shaped bloodstains along the knife and the blade.
Now, in talking about bloodstains, is there a uniform terminology, or were there attempts to have uniform terminology as to what bloodstains are and varying other descriptive terms?
You mean the actual terms we use when we're writing reports? Yes, the organization that I mentioned to you earlier has set down standard terminology that we would use in the course of writing reports or training, or even just discussing bloodstain pattern analysis. And so that has been published.
And is that how you find, do you find that the terminology is uniform amongst bloodstain pattern analysis?
The goal, that is the goal, that it would cause uniformity, and it has definitely helped since that terminology has been utilized or has been written and published. To say that everyone is using it correctly or abiding by that terminology, I can't say that for sure, but I can definitely say that it has, the ends have sort of, the end result has been what we had hoped it would be, and that is to cause the uniformity of that terminology across the discipline.
Now, did you have an occasion to also analyze or look at other aspects of evidence, like the forensic science reports and things like that?
Yes, when I do a bloodstain pattern analysis, the discipline itself is the study of the size, the shape, the distribution, location, appearance of bloodstains. But in the course of the bloodstain pattern analysis, we also have to include or consider what we call task relevant information. So information that is relevant to the bloodstain pattern analysis, not necessarily extraneous information, but those things would be like the autopsy report or medical reports if the individual wasn't deceased, or the DNA reports or other forensic laboratory reports that will help to actually include or exclude classifications and ultimate interpretations at the end.
Now, ma'am, if you look at the picture, there's a specific circle relating to an area of that knife that you just identified.
Just for the record, you had marked that as 80A yesterday. The one with the
Trying to
circle.
get caught up to the live
Yes, thank you.
That's what you
Identified as Defense Exhibit 80A. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall any analysis that you reviewed relating to that particular area of this knife?
Yeah, this is the area of the knife that is at the base of the blade where the handle meets up, and it is one of the areas that was sampled for DNA analysis.
Okay, and did you observe any findings relating to that?
Yes, this area of the knife had DNA. The DNA of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated from that sample.
And were there any others that were excluded from that sample?
I believe Brendan Banfield and Juliana were eliminated.
Okay. And is that what you're referring to? The next page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's...
Your Honor, I would object. This is not.
Well, I mean, he hasn't entered anything into evidence yet, but.
Understood.
And I don't know what this would be marked as. Okay,
ADB
you already have it.
or 80?
You have ADB, ADC, AD, 82, 83.
I'll go 80E.
80E. All right, he hasn't entered into evidence yet, he's just showing the witness.
And what do you see this, ma'am?
It's the results of the bloodstain, the DNA report that addressed this area of the knife.
Okay, and that's a report that you reviewed in your analysis?
I did,
And this is a portion to highlight that particular statement?
yes.
Okay. And ma'am, is this also from the report?
Are you going to mark this something?
80F? Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes,
Okay, and is this also a report that you reviewed, a portion of it?
yes.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
Again, it's indicating that Christine Banfield,
Your Honor, I would object to the witness reading from a report that has not been admitted into evidence and is not the complete
Okay, I'll
report.
sustain that
That's
objection.
fine, that's fine. Judge. And ma'am, did you have occasion to review the Office of the Medical Examiner's report relating to Joe Ryan?
I did.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe in your analysis relating to the pictures from the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Well, I looked at the photographs of Joe Ryan at the autopsy examination, and in part of that, I was able to review the injuries that he sustained.
Okay, now the topic of self-wounding came up with Ms. Graff yesterday. Is self-wounding something that is often found in knife injuries?
Your Honor, objection is to leading.
Well, I'll sustain it's leading if you want to rephrase.
Okay. What, if anything, do you find as an expert in knife-related wounds?
So in knife-related activities, investigations that involve sharp instruments, so knifings, things like that, of those nature, we often see the assailant, it's not uncommon for the assailant to self-wound during those. In fact, when I'm training individuals, it's one of the things I train law enforcement investigators to ensure that they look to areas of the crime scene that may be far further away from the victim's bodies to find an isolated blood drop or things like that. So we know this to happen, and it can happen in various mechanisms during the activity that's going on in terms of the criminal investigation. But it's not an uncommon occurrence.
Okay, were you able to note where the injuries were in your examination for Joe Ryan?
It was on his left thumb, I believe.
Anything? Did you observe anything else?
I think it was a puncture. It was listed as a puncture wound.
Okay. Now, is that the puncture wound that you're talking about?
I'm
see
sorry,
it?
I can put it back on.
Sorry.
What,
This would be 80F,
it was ADB yesterday.
80B.
Okay.
So this photo here that you have
Yes,
now,
this is 80B.
the wound was listed as a central cut puncture of the palmar aspect of the left thumb, and that is what's being depicted here.
Okay, and if ADF, Judge, would that be the next in line?
You have one marked AEC, which I had put down as finger of Joseph Ryan, and I'm not sure if that's the same picture that you used yesterday when you're showing the other expert.
I'm not certain either, Judge. What's the next one, ADD?
Well, we'll do ADC. I mean, we can make this ADC, that's
ADC,
fine. You haven't
yes.
entered
What
into
a
evidence
weird
yet,
way
so
to
ADC.
dispose of a body.
And ma'am, is this a picture that you've observed in your analysis of the documentation relating to this case?
Yes, these are part of the autopsy
And
photographs.
is that the same injury that you've previously discussed and identified?
It's on the left. Yes, it's in the same location.
And what is that picture of, ma'am?
It's another photo of a different orientation of the thumb.
Okay, so the same injury,
What do
It
you
appears
want
to be, yes.
What do you want to mark that as?
ADD,
You have a D, you have an E, and you have an F.
ADG.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, in your review of the body, so let's just go through, what did you review, or did your review include body-worn camera?
It did.
Okay. Were you able to review body-worn camera to determine if there were any injuries to Brendan Banfield's hands?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find?
Well, I reviewed the video, the body cam video that took him into the ambulance, and they specifically looked at his hands for injuries, and the I guess it was an EMT, whoever was in the ambulance with them, it indicated there were no injuries.
Okay. Now, Ma'am, if you could take a look at the screen. This is the full Office of the Chief Medical Examiner report. Have you had an opportunity to review
There's
that?
nothing on the screen. There's nothing on the screen.
Towards the middle. Court's indulgence still.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Is it? Is that showing up on your screen?
It was when he was there.
Yeah, I know. I think I've touched the wrong thing. Okay. Ma'am, can you see, can you see the picture on the screen?
I can.
Okay, and do you recognize that?
This is the DNA report.
Okay, and I'm going to scroll down. Is this the area down here where the cursor is that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and that informed your conclusions as to the blood stain near the handle and the handle juncture?
Yes.
And ma'am, can you see this on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and you've reviewed this. This is the report of June 9th, 2023 of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And I'm just going to scroll down. Ma'am, looking at where the cursor is on the screen, is that what informed you as to the
exhibit previously?
Yes, this is an area that describes additional injuries.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to review a report from DLI, a private laboratory?
I did.
Okay, and in that report, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what was the sample that they were providing?
So in the DLI report, there was a sample that that was collected by them on the area of Joe Ryan's jeans. That was the waistband, I think interior and exterior waistband zipper, and I believe the button area. But the significance of their sampling was that in their report, they stated that the sample was taken avoiding staining, meaning that they were not trying to collect staining, they were trying to avoid stained areas of that part of the jeans.
Okay, and what would you say about avoiding the staining and still having a laboratory analysis? What are they looking for?
Typically, they're looking for a DNA source that's not coming from staining. So touch DNA, or sometimes they'll do it just to determine who the wearer is of an item of clothing, or sometimes they'll do it just to see if somebody touched that area, that they're curious if they can find the DNA from that individual.
Okay, and do you recall the results of that report?
I believe the results of that area, that included DNA sources from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, but Brendan and I believe Juliana were both eliminated.
Okay, so let me kind of shift gears here about bloodstain pattern analysis and what you do when you first start out doing it in a case.
You mean my general methodology of how I
Yes.
do an approach? So when I get a case now, and currently I get a case, I want to know as little information about the case as possible. So I try to limit whoever is requesting it from me to just the information that I need to know in terms of the bloodstain. So typically that might be like how many individuals were injured, or if there was more than one deceased, more than one bleeder, what their injuries might have been, things of that nature. And then I will get whatever materials are provided to me. I start looking through the photographs, determining what I can say or maybe not say about certain pattern types. We call that the characterization. We characterize them, as I mentioned, through the size, the shape, the distribution, location of the stains. We look to see how they might correlate with each other. And then we begin or attempt to list a classification or classify them in what might have caused them. So earlier I talked about those characteristics, and I think it's important to understand that bloodstain pattern analysis is answering a very different question than DNA analysis. DNA is answering the who, the BPA, the bloodstain pattern analysis attempts to answer the how. So how the bloodstains got to a location. So once I've done that initial preliminary classifications or some idea of what I believe this might be coming from, I'll then incorporate in things like the autopsy report, DNA analysis, that will help us to refine that classification, maybe eliminate some things that I might have kept in the running in terms of a classification. Then at the end, we discuss what those classifications mean in terms of the DNA and what we might be able to interpret in terms of individual events or things that happened at a particular crime scene.
Now, can you see the picture that's on the screen there?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 84.
I believe it's already the Commonwealth's Exhibit 173, is that
So
correct?
Judge, the original picture was admitted as Commonwealth 173.
Okay.
His manipulation of the picture to show the cropping side by side with the original is not.
Okay, so, all right, so what number did you want
I
to
think
make?
84 was the next one.
Yes, okay.
Ma'am, can you describe what you're seeing there on the screen?
Yes, this is the left forearm of Joe Ryan and bloodstains that were on that left forearm.
Okay. And did you create this side-by-side comparison?
I did.
And what was the intention of that? What were you trying to show?
Just it gives an overall of the arm. You kind of see it in that perspective, and then just I put a square around the area that I cropped so that you could kind of see it how it related to the arm in total.
Okay. Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 84 and publish it to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 84 in evidence.
Can you describe what you're looking at for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and what it is that you do in analyzing something like this?
So first, let's start with what I do when I'm analyzing something like this. Again, I know I'm sounding repetitive, but I look at things like the size, the shape, the distribution, location, and certainly take into consideration the target surface. We know that has a profound effect on what we see. So we have to think about that when we're looking at things like size and shape, because it can change depending on what the target surface is. This target surface was a bit unique in the sense that it was a forearm that had quite a bit of hair on it. So it provided a different surface than, say, a flat table or even carpet. It tended to have an influence on what we were seeing.
Now, what is it that what is it that you can say about this stain pattern?
So I just described what I saw here, which was a linear series, so a series of some irregularly shaped drops or stains that were located on this arm. I did not use the word drop. I used a series of irregularly shaped smaller stains, because if you look at it closely, the stains themselves are almost three-dimensional in shape, because they in areas were clinging to the hair on the arm. So it distorted what we can see in terms of its true shape. And true, like even the size of it, there's no measurement in here, so we really don't have a true size.
Okay, and so in determining what exactly this stain is, you would want measurement?
Well,
you would check out what the surface is?
Yeah, I mean, we don't always have measurements. Sometimes they're not there, and we can use things in the area that can sort of inform what our size might be, but I don't have a true size. I did call them smaller because they appeared smaller compared to things around it in the area, but yeah, I mean, certainly the more information you have, the more data we can use to then make a classification.
Based on the information that you had relating to these stains, is it possible to make a classification?
I did not make a classification, and this target surface did not lend to classifying these stains to a specific mechanism.
Now, let's switch gears a little bit. In terms of how blood falls on things, can you opine as to what kind of pattern would be created if someone put blood onto a surface?
Put blood on how? How are you? I mean, touching a surface? If it
holding blood and dropping it?
If an individual had, say, blood in their hands that had enough volume for it to release, like if it were to just drop to the ground, we would call that a splash pattern. So it would be a large volume of blood that is falling due to gravity. It's not, you'd have to be careful to not include their hands swinging, because if their hands swing in that process, now you have cast off, which is blood being released from an object in motion. If it's just merely falling onto the surface, then you would get a splash pattern. And that usually will then have sort of a parent area of where the volume of the blood is. And then because that parent area was created with blood sort of collapsing into itself, it'll create satellite spatters around that area.
Okay, and have you worked with those kinds of patterns?
Yes, I mean, I make up mock crime scenes for my training, so I've created them myself by doing that.
Now, is it plausible for someone to scoop up blood and carry it to a deposit somewhere?
I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as deleting.
What, if anything,
I was going to ask that without leading.
well, first of all, let's just talk about how would one scoop blood?
I don't know how you would do that.
Okay.
You mean scoop it up from something like, I mean, it's a fluid. I think it'd be difficult. It's not like you can, like, you have a dustpan that you could, you know what I mean? When I think of scooping in that nature, I just think in terms of if I had spilled something on my floor in the kitchen, I wouldn't be able to pick it up with my hands, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay. If does the surface that the blood is on, does that, I mean, you're saying you don't know how it can be scooped, but does the surface matter?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have the blood on something that's porous and absorbent, then there would be less blood that you'd be able to even scoop, if you will. If you know what I mean, there would be less blood. You wouldn't be able to access it because it would be soaking in to an absorbent surface.
Okay. Have you ever experienced in blood stain pattern analysis someone scooping blood and pouring it in another place?
No.
What would be the difficulties of that if that were to have happened?
Well, I think getting it into your hands to begin with would be a challenge, and then transferring it.
Your Honor, I would object at this time. Calls for speculation. She's just testified that she's not had any experience with any scooping of blood. So I'm not.
Speculation.
I think her expertise in blood spatter analysis gives her an opportunity to opine as to how it could be done if it was.
I'll sustain that. For that question, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Blood as a fluid, is it possible to pick it up
pick it up.
Yeah.
Pick it up on, yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult. I think the difficulty here is, of course, you can touch blood and it picks up onto your fingers, right? Like if you, as a transfer stain. I think the fact that it's a fluid, the challenge is that if you're trying to collect and keep it in the confines of your hand, the first part is getting it into your hands, and the second part is not having it seep back through your fingers, out of your hands. Does that make sense? So like, the only thing I can use to describe it is when I'm making a mock crime scene, sometimes we'll put blood in our hands and make like an impact pattern from it. And just putting small amounts in the hand, it's difficult to contain it in the hand, even in doing that, right? So that's about the closest I can get to having an experience of what it's like to actually, and that's when we pour it into our hand from, a cup. I know this sounds a little, we do this because we use real blood when we do training. So I know what it's like to have blood in the hand, and trying to work with it in that way. It's a challenge.
Okay. And so just to follow through with your example, what is it that you're trying to show when you would do these trainings?
So all I'm doing is or me or my trainer will put it in there, because we're going to ultimately smack it to create an impact pattern. And by putting it in your hand, you're able to place your hand in a mock crime scene to kind of mimic where somebody might have been beaten or something like that. So we're using it as a training tool for that purpose. It was just an example of the challenge of keeping it contained within the palm of your hand.
Okay. Now, going back to your review of the evidence in this case for purposes of blood stain pattern analysis, did you see anything that indicated that Joe Ryan not being involved in the stabbing?
Objection. Leading?
Yes, I'm sorry. Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. What indications, what if anything, do you look at to determine if someone's involved or not involved in an incident dealing with stabbing?
I think maybe I would like to answer it in the methodology of how I look at a bloodstain case. Once I've evaluated the pattern types and come to some classifications and come to some interpretations of how they might relate to each other, I might be asked, or sometimes I'll even have information, like I might have had in this case, to look at it and think of it in terms of statements that were made, or that we had information from the body cams that I had when I was looking at that. So when I do that, I can kind of evaluate the evidence to see if there's anything that sort of doesn't seem to align with one way or another, or some things that, not necessarily that do, but more looking for the things that might raise, quote, the red flag, like kind of go, oh, this doesn't seem to align with that. Maybe I need to do some more exploration or find out more information about that. So that's what I did in this case.
Okay, and did you, and it sounds to me like you're looking for things that rule someone out and things that stay with the possibility of being one of the people there.
Yes.
Okay. In your pattern analysis, pattern analysis, did you find anything
Kill animals
that would exclude Joseph Ryan as being involved in the stabbing?
Objection calls for a final conclusion. Goes to the.
Do you want to approach?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you had an opportunity to listen to Ms. Graff yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your discipline of blood stain pattern analysis, is it your experience that everything can be labeled based upon an analysis?
Judge, objection is leading.
What, if anything?
I'll sustain objection. Go ahead.
Yeah, what, if anything, is your experience as to labeling every aspect of spots, even if they're not tested?
Oh, I just had a JD flashback. Do you remember when Elaine kept leading and they kept objected to leading, and she's like, well, I said, what if anything, Your Honor? And Penny's like, what if anything doesn't take care of, I don't remember exactly what she said, but, and then Elaine goes, I'm trying, Judge. I'm trying.
I'm not sure what you mean by labeling. You mean classifying them?
Classifying, sorry. That's-
I'm sorry, say it again. So what is my experience regarding whether you can classify everything
Yes.
in a crime scene? Oh, no, many times we can't classify certain stain patterns because of some of the things I already mentioned. It could be the target surface, the amount of stains that we have, the other data that isn't just available for us to form that classification. So that's not uncommon. And we can't really classify every single blood stain. We don't attempt to. In many cases, we could be doing it a long time if we tried to identify or even address every blood stain that's at a crime scene.
Okay, and in listening to her testimony yesterday, did you have any agreement or disagreement with what she said about certain blood stains?
There were certain blood stains that I did not provide a classification for that she did.
Okay, and are there any in particular that you're speaking of?
Well, the forearm stains was one area. The 4 irregularly shaped stains that are on the forearm, she provided a classification for as being drip stains, and I did not.
Okay, and why did you not provide a classification?
Again, as I stated, the target surface here really distorted or what we were able to see to get that sort of well-formed circular stain that you would be looking for to be able to say that it's a drip stain from the exclusion of all other mechanisms. Because once you've classified it as a certain mechanism, you've excluded everything else. I didn't feel there was enough information here for me to do that. And this target surface, it would be inappropriate, I believe, to do that because the target surface was not ideal for being able to do that.
Now, if you didn't have enough information, would it be possible after the fact, which is what?
Objection is to leading.
All right, I'll sustain leading. Is this a good time to take our lunch break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss the testimony with discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right. And ma'am, since you're testifying, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody. It's time to include the defense team, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's fine. So we'll come back at 2:05. You're going to make sure all your technology is ready for the afternoon.
I'm
To
gonna-
lose your exhibit numbers, please.
I was actually going to just talk to your clerk and make sure that I had all of the.
All right, to make sure
this
you
meal.
get it straight. And
Yes.
you don't have to be a hero. I do take paper documents if necessary. You know that.
Judge, I just can't do that. I'm a technology guy now.
So you say, okay, 2:05, okay?
Thank you.
All right, recess.
We're going to stop there for today. I wanted to get through day 5. I am so sorry. I look like a negative. I've got to throw a blanket or something over that window. Because this is not good. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Gosh. Man, I think he's guilty. And I don't think she made up that story. Oh, where do you get that? I don't think she made it up. Her story may have changed. She's a stupid kid. I mean, now she's 25, but she was 22 in a new country. Like I said, who goes from being a normal, decent, honest person to murder? And now they don't get to be together. He's lost his kid because he's going to end up in prison. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, so it's like car tent, but you can just, it comes in, does it come in like big sections for a slide? Because it's a sliding glass door. Okay. I'll have Travis look for some and get it for me. Yeah, because this is not. Yeah, I don't. That's why I believe her, because that's not a story that you just make up. She didn't do this by herself. He's not just an innocent guy that his mistress nanny did all this on her own, and then he went up there and found the guy and shot him, and then I think he did it. It's a ridiculous story. So ridiculous that I believe it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just don't see a 22-year-old girl making up that story. But I also don't think she's a little innocent flower, because I don't think you come to another country and then go, okay, I'll help you kill your wife. I mean, I want to know her history. I want to know what else she's done, who else she's done it to, because I don't think she's innocent at all in any of this. I don't think like it was folie à deux or anything like that. I don't think she was coerced. I think she knew exactly what she was getting into. And I think all those tears he's wiping away are fake. And now he's lost everything. And who's going to raise that kid? It's so stupid. If people would just stop and think before they acted, the world would be a better place. Everybody. If they would just stop and think. Yeah, I think she did too. And the way she talked to the defense attorney, you don't learn that kind of sass overnight. Well, she has been in jail for a couple years though, right? But still, I don't. She was so sassy on the stand to him. Well, if that's how you want to put it, and he's like, no, I'm asking you. I think she's been the best witness for the Commonwealth. I think all these other witnesses they've put on don't even really matter. Although I think some people don't find her credible because of her behavior and the deal and the Netflix people talking to her and all of that, but it is what it is. And I think what happened was she was in love with him, and she thought if she didn't take the deal, that maybe they could both go to trial and beat it and then be together. And then she got sick and was in the hospital, and she was guarded, probably handcuffed to the bed. No family, no friends, no support system. And that's rough when you're sick. And after, and I guess she wrote her mom, talked to her mom. I guess not talked on the phone, but wrote. And her mom was like, take the deal. And after everything she'd been through, she just had enough. I don't want her to get time served, though. I think she needs some prison time. And then send her back to Brazil. Because who knows if she'll do it again with some other guy. She's done it once, and got a slap on the wrist, I can't believe this trial's still going on, because when I did that poll about, do you want to pick up where they are now, or do you want to just skip it? I thought they'd be done by now. I really did. I thought it'd be over and done with. That's why I was like, you guys just want to skip this one. I can't believe it's still going on. Yeah. And I couldn't believe when I was watching Peter Tragos and he was like, I cannot believe this story. I've never heard of anything like this in my entire life. This is absurd. And I was just blown away. I guess that's how honest of a person Peter Tragos is. Because yes, I have heard of fake dating profiles before where, people will be like, I have a grape fantasy, climb in my window, it'll be unlocked or whatever, bring rope. And then it ends up that the woman didn't know anything about it. It was some revenge. It was like an ex-boyfriend or something that set her up. I mean, I see stories like that on true crime stuff all the time. I mean, it's not super, super prevalent, but it has happened before. So not only that, but also, like I said the other day, SVU, I don't know if Criminal Minds has done one, but SVU, what was the other one that did one? The Closer did one. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know why some people are like, this is the most absurd story I've ever. No, it's not. So, but I just, God, I feel bad for the guy that died. Yeah, they say that's exactly what they say. I'm into it, even if I say no and act like I'm not. I'm just acting. So keep going, even if I scream and say no. But the one thing that keeps coming back to my mind is she said, Brendan, he's got a knife. And she thought her husband was going to save her. She sees her husband shoot him. And can you imagine the relief she felt seeing him shot? And then her husband picks up the knife and then comes after her. That would be the biggest betrayal. Well, first off, how did she not know that he was sleeping with the nanny in the first place? She had to have some suspicion. And then for that to happen and him to come at her with a knife. I mean, I can't imagine what was going through her head in that moment. Because that's like mental torture on top of the physical torture that he did to her. This case is so sad. And their poor daughter now has no one. I mean, I guess maybe she's with grandparents. I don't know. But it's sad. So, but I haven't been watching Peter's recap. I'm over here on the side because I think this is where you can see me the best. Oh, thanks, Judy. I haven't been watching Peter because I wasn't caught up and I didn't want to know too much, but it's stuff like what is his thumbnails are like, what is the defense doing? Is the defense done? What's going to happen with the defense? It's all stuff about it. It appears from the thumbnail that the defense is not doing well. I've not watched the videos though, so I could be misinterpreting the thumbnails, but that's what it seems from the thumbnail. And so since we were still on the Commonwealth's case, I was like, okay, I'm not going to watch those yet. But now that we're on the defense's case, I'm going to start watching them and see what he's talking about. I don't care for any of the attorneys in this case, which is unusual. Usually I like one side or the other. But the defense attorney doesn't present well, in my opinion, because he doesn't present well. He hems and haws, and he'll start to ask a question and I'll be like, no, strike that. And then I'll start to ask another question. And then, he'll get the objection leading or supposition or whatever. And, it'll be like, rephrase your question. And then he'll start to rephrase it and then it'll be strike that. It's like it takes him 5 minutes sometimes to ask one question. And, playing the video. And I know they have to authenticate a video, they have to put the person on the stand. And it's hard when it's sealed and we can't see it. But he pretty much didn't ask any questions. You kind of have to stop the video and ask the officer questions about the video. Oh, cool. Yay. I love Amazon because they can find my house. Yeah. I thought that was funny. He goes, Your Honor, can I take a 5-minute recess? She goes, no. It was no explanation, no argument, her tone of voice didn't even change. It was just no. Yeah, I don't know if he's a public defender or not. And he only has one lawyer. He doesn't even have a team. Don't public defenders, aren't they usually a team? Aren't there usually more than one when they're public defenders? So maybe he did pay for this guy. But I don't even like the prosecutors. They're not, I don't know what word I want. They don't seem as with it as other prosecution teams. I don't know how to explain it, but they just don't, they're not as sharp as other prosecution teams I've seen, I guess is the best way to say it. Like, they're not Georgia. Exactly. They're not Georgia. They're not Camille Vasquez. Vasquez. Let's see. What's another one they're not? Who's another one we like? I can't think right now, but yeah. Exactly. We're spoiled. That's what it is. Okay, so I lied to my dog, but she can't tell time. So it's been more than 60 minutes. Last night. Oh, wait. Marsha Clark. Yeah. I forgot his name. Who is our favorite of all time that's a defense attorney now, and I just forgot his name. Oh my God. Chemo brain, y'all. What is his name? Karen Reed's lawyer. I am drawing a blank, y'all. What is his name? I'm not kidding. I do not remember his name right this minute. Alan Jackson. Thank you. That's chemo brain, Marty. They had to kill some of my brain cells to kill the cancer. But I'm alive. No, not the singer. The attorney. So, wait, I was going to tell you what Belle did last night. So, I was not hungry. And I hate to cook, and I've been trying to lose weight. So we have started, hey, Matthew, we have started getting lean cuisine frozen dinners to eat for dinner on nights that I don't want to cook. And let me write myself a note. So last night I wasn't hungry when at the same time Travis was. And since I wasn't cooking and we were doing frozen dinners last night, I didn't eat at the same time he did. And she had been outside, she had been fed, she had been given a cookie, all the things. And she kept going in the bedroom and she would just sit there and stare at me. And then she would do one bark. And then she would go back in the living room and look at Travis and then look back towards the bedroom. I know. And I knew immediately what the problem was. And I looked at her and I said, Belle, I'm not hungry right now. I will eat when I get hungry. So she left. And then she came back like a half an hour later and sat there and stared at me and barked once. And then went in the living room and looked at Travis and then looked back at the bedroom. And so Travis goes in the bedroom and like, what does she want? And I said, I have not eaten dinner yet. She wants me to eat. And he goes, oh, are you kidding me? And I said, no, that's what she wants. I haven't eaten dinner. She wants me to eat, so I will share some food with her. And I just kept saying, I'm not hungry yet, Belle. I will eat when I'm ready to eat. It's so funny. I could not believe she did that. It's the first time she's ever done that. She's never done that before, but she was having a fit because I did not eat at the same time that Travis ate. Which we do all the time. You know, some nights it's just like fend for yourselves, you know, like I'm not going to cook a meal and we're not going to sit down on the table together. Just, you know, get whatever sandwich or a frozen dinner or, you know, what Hot Pocket, whatever. And we've always done that. But last night she wasn't having it. She wanted both of us to eat at the same time. Like, you silly dog. She's different as she gets older, which I've always, before I married Travis, I had only had cats, and cats don't change as they get older. They just get older, but they still act the same. Dogs, their personality changes a little bit as they get old. I guess just like people, you know, people change as they get older, and I guess dogs are more like people than cats are. So I don't know if I didn't feel like my sugar was low. I just wasn't hungry. I don't know if no, I think she wanted me to share with her. I think she wanted to try to steal some food from me. I don't think it was my blood sugar. It could have been, but I didn't feel like my blood sugar was low. But it was just stare and then bark. I was trying to figure out how many years. A geriatric nurse for 12 years and a pediatric nurse for 5. So I worked 9 years as an LPN in a nursing home, and then I went back to school to become an RN, and then I worked 5 years in a hospital as a pediatric nurse, and I hurt my back and I had back surgery, and I was out too long and the hospital would not hire me back. And I went to work at a different nursing home and I met my husband's ex-sister-in-law and she fixed us up. And that's how I met my husband. So every cloud has a silver lining. Because of my back, hurting my back at work, I got to meet my soulmate. And then I was there for a few years, and then I switched back to the other nursing home that I originally had worked at. And I worked there as an RN. So I was total 17 years, 12 was in geriatrics and 5 was in pediatrics. So I didn't really work in like one area as far as like like surgery or intensive care or something like that. So I had a lot of experience with a lot of different illnesses and stuff, but it was within a certain population. So like things that happen to older people I know about, and then things that happen to kids I know about. So it's kind of weird. Like I've got like both ends of the spectrum, so but I am forgetting stuff now. Again, I blame chemo brain. I like when I was sick, I was dehydrated because I hadn't started throwing up then. I went to the doctor. This was the day I went to the doctor. My pulse was fast. And Travis asked me what a normal pulse rate was, and I couldn't remember. And I was like, oh my God, that is like basic nursing, and I can't remember. Like, I know I've forgotten stuff, but to forget what a normal pulse is, I was like, I don't like that. If I forget more detailed stuff, that's fine, but I don't want to start forgetting the basics. Why are you getting an MRI on your brain? Are you okay? They have to knock me out now to give me an MRI because I'm so claustrophobic. If they have given me sedatives and I fall asleep, but then when the noise in the machine starts, I jump. So they still can't get a good picture. Oh. Well, good luck. I hope everything's okay. I'll be praying for you. And let us know what happens. Okay, guys. I thought we would get done with day 5, but we didn't. So I did that. I've done it more than once. And that was back before the cancer, but I think that was from the fibromyalgia. Because that also has they call it brain fog. I was going to my best friend's house and I called her because she knew I was coming over, and I called her and I said, Lynn, I'm lost. She goes, what do you mean you're lost? I said, I'm on my way to your house and I was fine and I knew where I was going, but all of a sudden, I'm not sure where I am. And she goes, what do you mean you don't know where you are? And I said, I seriously have forgotten how to get to your house from where I am right now. And next thing I know, I'm driving past her house and she was on the porch and we're still on the phone with each other. And she goes, Debbie, you just drove right by my house. And I was like, oh crap, okay. And then I turned around and went back. But usually when I do it now, it's usually if I'm on like a long drive and I've got my GPS set. So I'm just like, okay, I don't know where I am right now, but it's okay because the GPS is set and I'm good. But I think that's the brain fog. It usually happens when I'm tired, and I think that's from the fibromyalgia. But yeah, that's scary though. Yeah, and I do that where I get up and go into a room and forget, and yeah, we have no Alzheimer's or dementia in my family whatsoever. I know that doesn't mean anything, but my memory stuff is from the fibromyalgia and the chemo. So, yeah. And then some of it's just normal aging too, so who knows? But yeah, I've never heard of them doing an MRI on someone that has anxiety before. But I guess that makes sense. If you can't figure out any other reason for it, it could be a neurological reason. I hope everything turns out okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to go. I'll see you in the morning. Remember, before I go, I want to thank my wonderful mod, Judy, who wins the award for best comment of the day. Jamaica cows go moo, mon. Okay. I will see you guys in the morning. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I love you all. Bye.